Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
All right. Islam, 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 Moorish America on the rise upon the 7th, and give all praises to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and Bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Al-Mohadi Shabazz, and my ancient committee and high name being the same as Dr. Shedawa Minti El Muhajjid Shepsuel. And we have a grand drawing to bring to the manifest. Praise be to Allah, Islamism without the schism. So at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to open, up the way so that our Moorish kin may come forth. So we call forth our beloved Consul General, Dr. Marvin Nathaniel Edwards Bey, Islam, that he may bring forth, our special law and the prayers. Islam.
Islam, gratitude, and praise Allah and honor His prophet and honor to everything that is Moorish. Now we'll be opening the meeting according to law. Now begin. Ya Allah amnuheru mekunetiru. Ya Allah abhetheru. Ya Allah hotep ma'atharu. Ya Allah hoteperu. Ya Allah, hold up. Pardon body, family. Let me start this over. Ya Allah abnuheru mekunetiru. Ya Allah abhetheru. Ya Allah ma'atharu. Ya Allah hoteperu. Ya Allah heru. Ya Allah ma'at herkuti. Ya Allah awajeh tejuti. Ya Allah pertem sutek. Pertem heru. Ya Allah bamatuti. Ya Allah hezisre up to Ali. Amen. Hallelujah. 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 In transliteration. O Allah, the Father of the universe. O Allah, the Father of love. O Allah, the Spirit of truth. O Allah, the Spirit of peace. O Allah, the Spirit of freedom. O Allah, the Spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Allah, you are my guide. O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet. O Allah, through Ali. Amen. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. Now I'll be reading our divine constitution of Morse America. Salvation, our God, unity. The divine constitution of Morse America. Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the Chairman of Morse America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Morse America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Morse America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is a holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Morse America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government because by being a Morse American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live their life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Morse America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slave holders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a parcel of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And Islam, family. This meeting is now open according to law. And I will hand the reins over to our goddess and queen, Dr. Dendra Anita Curtis Bay, to read our chapter of the, to read our chapter of the week. Islam?
Islam. I am Dr. Dendra Ania Kurtabay, but first let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials. I give honors to our National Assistant Grand Sheik for this wonderful class this morning. And I give honors to our Council General, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening us up according to law. And as he said, I will be reading our chapter of the week coming from our Holy Quran, which is chapter 51, Magistrate and Subject. O thou, the favor of heaven, whom the sons of men, thy equal, have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves, consider the end and importance of their trust, far more than the dignity and height of thy station. Thou art clothed in purple and seated on a throne. The crown of majesty invests thy temple. The scepter of power is placed in thy hand. But not for thyself were these in sign given, not meant for thy own, but the good of thy kingdom. The glory of a king is the welfare of his people. His power and dominion rest on the hearts of his subjects. The mind of a great prince is exalted with the grandeur of his station. He evolveth high things, and searcheth for business worthy of his power. He calleth together the wise men of his kingdom. He consulteth among them with freedom, and heareth the opinion of them all. He looketh among his people with discernment. He discovereth the abilities of men, and employeth them according to their merit. His magistrates are just, his ministers are wise, and the favor of his bosom deceiveth him not. He smileth on the arts, and they flourish. The sciences improve benefit the culture of his hand. With the learned and ingenious he delighteth himself. He kindleth in their breasts emulation, and the glory of his kingdom is exalted by their labor. The spirit of the merchant who extendeth his commerce, the skill of the farmer who enriches his land, the ingenuity of the artist, the improvement of the scholar, all these he honor with his favor, all rewardeth with his bounty. He planteth new colonies, he buildeth strong ships, he openeth rivers for convenience, he formeth harbors for safety. His people abound in riches, and the strength of his kingdom increases. He frameth his statutes with equity and wisdom. His subjects enjoy the fruits of their labor in security, and that their happiness consists of the observance of the law. He foundeth his judgment on the principles of mercy, but in the punishment of offenders he is strict and impartial. His ears are open to the complaints of his subject. He restraineth the hands of their oppressor, and he delivereth them from their tyranny. His people, therefore, look up to him as a father with reverence and love. They consider him as the guardian of all they enjoy. Their affection unto him begetteth in his breath a love of the public. The security of their happiness is the object of his care. No murmurs against him arise in their hearts. The machination of his enemies endanger not the state. His subjects are faithful and firm in his cause. They stand in his defense as a wall of brass. The army of a tyrant fleeth before them as chaff before the wind. Security and peace bless the dwelling of his people, and glory and strength encircle his throne forever. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn everything back over to our host, our National Assistant Grand Sheik, Dr. Sadu Amiti El, Maheji Sepsuel. Are you there, God man?
Islamism as close as a love thought and everything the prophet brought. Islam, goddess and queen.
Islam.
Islam. Well, having already risen, we continue to rise upon the seven giving all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors, to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, divine constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. We want to welcome our Moorish kin to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Amohadi Shabazz. And we most definitely have a powerful drawing to bring on the manifest Moorish kin. This is going to be fulfilling as we are taking our family through, the developments. And it's an honor, for just being here in this new era in time and doing a work that hasn't been done. I know my scribes as well as myself, we all love the challenge of being able to bring forth these things, to our people. And we can actually say it will be coming forth from us, from a pure standpoint. And that there, again, is no one that has set out on this task that we demonstrate. And this is a task that actually will be passed down to the young and not yet born, that would take it even further into progress, and that's an honorable thing in and of itself. And we have indeed came forth and growed and really unfolded, magnanimously, so to speak, in a small period of time, with the know-how that has been passed down to us, downloaded, we can say upgraded, in this special software that we call, the mind or the mental Rolodex, as our brother Bati Bay would say. And we able to come forth and bring these things to the manifest. So we going further into the Demotic language. That's what we're going to be dealing with, and we laying a foundation so that our people can grow with us through the alphabets. And we have improved, with the tools that we have. And so in order for you to have a foundation in any special measure with the alphabet, you have to know that you got to learn by repetition. And when I say learn by repetition, that means that everything it is that we do, we basically have to go into a self-study, outside of what it is that we are demonstrating here as well. And then you can perhaps add on to what it is that we have been demonstrating. And it actually gives us a grander insight, so to speak, with all of those things that are added on from our family as well. So we all doing this work together. We aiding and assisting each other in this special work. It's not a measure where we looking at it to where one particular individual is here to take credit for this work being done. We doing this together because that's the thing that we have to learn how to embrace as a people, how to work together. I want to give honors to our family out there, Brother Yakub Gamble Bay, Brother Born Dog. We give honors to you as well. Honors to everybody that's really trying to learn and really trying to change the thought pattern of the people, And I do understand that the mind will never accept what it's unwilling to receive, you see. And so once we understand that, we understand the illness that our people, many of them, suffer from when it comes to being able to think on a higher level. And peace and love, Queen Gia Hiller, we give honors to you. It's honors to have you on the platform. And y'all know we was actually up in the wee hours and we bike up at it again. So we have a grand measure to bring on the manifest with this language, and the scribes gonna love this too, because I put a chart together, scribes, dealing with the Demotic, and it's very comprehensive. I know we had some measures where some of our family couldn't find the letters, and boy, did I have to dig deep, to pull them up myself. But I'm gonna show you how I did it. I actually put it in this chart. So, we got to start with the foundation and the basis of the alphabet itself. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share the screen real quick so that we can go into, I put the audio there just in case I want to use that. I'm gonna show y'all how I was able to do this, and you'll be able to do the same thing, because there is a difference between the upper, let me make sure I blow that up there. There's a big difference between lowercase and uppercase letters when you type in your font, so to speak. So this is what we have. I know y'all remember this from a while back. When we first started, and I want to make sure, is my screen sharing, family?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gratitude, Islamism. And so I remember a while back when we brought this forth, these were our first stages of compiling, the entry of coming into the Demotic. And I actually have another chart I'm gonna show you in a minute. And I know everybody remember this particular chart here, having different letters in it and so forth and so on. We started with this, and imagine coming from this to where we are now. We actually showed over here, what was actually, we had to use this particular chart, in order to map these letters out. This Coptic chart they had here. And we were showing the difference between the Coptic chart and what they call Greek, which both predate Champollion. And upon investigation, what we was demonstrating even last night and in the wee hours, is that a lot of people use that term, Coptic, but it's actually called Hikapta, and this comes from the house of Ta. That predates, a lot of the Roman stuff and all of that, even though the European try to say that come from, the Greeks and the Romans and all of that. So we just got to really go into the history and know that these things that they are giving, different nations credit for come from ancestors. And we also have to put them in the proper perspective. This is one of the greatest charts that we seen when it comes to dealing with what they call Coptic. You see? And then when you come down here, you can see how actually the Greek was an offshoot of the Coptic and not the other way around, because they actually try to teach you that the Coptic came from the Greek, the Hikapta. No, that don't make no sense, because if you say again that the hieratic is the alphabet, and then you come say Demotic came behind that, and you said that Arabic was the last development of the language, and you say Coptic came before that, we ask again, where did the Greek come from? It had nothing to do with that. If Coptic was the last stage of Egyptian language and Arabic came into being, we already know that the Greek most definitely, is not nowhere in there outside of it being developed later. And that's why you see right here, when you look at what they are calling Greek, you see, which is that this is actually what your boy Champollion, was using. Then he mixed them in. He knew the difference between the two. He knew what was supposed to be original and what wasn't. But that's how the European demonstrate. So this is actually showing you, and I like the way that they have this, enlarged right here, dealing with these alphabets, to show you exactly what's going on. This is the original right here, Hikapta, and this is the so-called Greek. Only difference is they left out like 6 alphabets or something like that, in this particular one here. And this is definitely the alphabet, that he used here to try to deal with his so-called decipherment. But the problem is with that is that there is no hieratic on the Rosetta Stone. You see? So where did he get his particular methodology. We always tell you that the first alphabet, when we deal with Kemet, was the hieratic. This didn't exist during the time that hieratic was on the manifest. So how are you going to use this, as a means of trying to decipher something that existed when this didn't exist? That's common. That's common. You don't even have to think that hard once you understand that. We understand that the Greek didn't exist at all when Medu Netta, was demonstrated, as far as our people carving things into the wall, the symbols being symbolic, nor did it exist when Demotic came into existence, or, what we call hieratic came into existence. We're going to go even further. A lot of people accredit what we call the alphabet, the modern alphabet, to coming forth from this right here, as far as dealing with the English. Okay, we can see the development into the Latin, and then we deal with what we call English now, right? But when we go further back before this, the alphabet that became most attested, so to speak, that actually branched off into every other area from the hieratic, is actually what they call Phoenician. Now, they took this name and tried to also superimpose their own name on that and say, okay, we got ancient Greek. But what they are calling ancient Greek, they hijacked that particular script, basically. Our people ain't studied. They talk about linguistics, but they fail to realize that there are so many nations that use this ancient script. And then we find that this is the ancient script that we call Phoenician anyway, coming from the hieratic. They fail to realize that this actual script, and I'm going to show this to our family too, this is the actual script that the world became more familiar with. Also, some people, if they have knowledge and they deal with religion and all that, they can understand when we say that there was one language and it split up into many different areas. They can get that when they understand that Phoenician, is what they call the lingua franca that went throughout all the different nations and cultures, so to speak. Everybody had a piece of that alphabet. So I was actually going into this, showing our family last night how the guy Champollion actually was trying to use this comparative chart, as how he came up with these symbols. And the scribes already know what I'm showing you, so I don't really have to go deep into detail of this. No need to beat a dead horse, but we know that this is the methodology that this one used. So again, if this came later, and this is not what he would call the Coptic version, this is what he called the Greek version. If you look here in cursive, it's Grequee, and I guess that's the way they spell Greek, in his particular language, which would have been, I want to say, French, so to speak, right? And like Greek U is what it looked like. And so while I was speaking to some brothers, last night on this, they were saying, oh, no, that's the Coptic. So now that I got time, I'm going to pull something up real quick, because I actually had a chart that I was putting together, that was based on, a discussion that I'm getting ready to have concerning this. And I'm going to just show the family this right here. That's a controversial thing I showed right there. I'm going to show the family now before we go further into this. And I actually had the same chart right here. This is in the slide. This is actually where I end up leaving off at on the brother Sarnetta's platform yesterday. So now, for those who were saying this, he used the Coptic. Now, again, remember, they removed certain alphabets. That's the only difference between what is called Greek and the Coptic. They removed like 6 different alphabets, in the Greek form. But this is the actual Greek alphabet, and I want to show you how, one for one, it matches this. before we go deeper into our Demotic, because you see the Demotic here on the side of this special measure as well, that he tried to compare to each one of these letters. So everything that he was doing, he was taking it and applying it to this, when really the real key should have really been what we call Phoenician. But that's a whole nother measure. We're gonna get into that at another time when I have this discussion. But notice it says Champollion's table of hieroglyphic phonetic characters, right, with their Demotic and Greek equivalents. And this was done by Latry M. Dacer. Now, you know, Champollion's dictionary was never recovered, meaning nobody ever found it. He's supposed to have a Coptic dictionary, but it was never put out there and printed. In fact, you know, many of the people who wouldn't allow it to be printed was people that he was studying under. He was a pupil under the Sauce, and a couple of them ended up getting in power in the government. Napoleon tried to help him have this stuff public, but they never published it to the public. And he actually, I think he backed him with funds and everything. So nobody has ever seen Champollion's Coptic dictionary. That will be a primary source in order for us to utilize that to see exactly what he was doing. But it's a wonder that they haven't put that out here, because I'm most definitely sure that if they did, it will expose, you know, a whole lot when it comes to some of the errors he made. And also we'll go a little deeper than even this chart here, you know, as to how he was trying to compare these signs that are over here. You got to remember now, let's put it in this context. These are symbols that came off of monuments that were carved in the stone way before Champollion come into existence. There is no chart like this one that he created that the ancient Egyptians used or utilized. So if there is no chart that he used to utilize, how is it that he was able to come up again with trying to compare these things without having that special knowledge? Now, it sounds good when you got 1 million people saying the same thing and they just going off the narrative because that's what they were told. But when you begin to investigate these things, upon investigation, you see like, wait a minute, how it's going to be a dead language and then somebody going to come and say that they resurrected it? Because if we want to really get into the context of dealing with common life, we ain't seen nobody come back from physical death yet. So why would you even label the language dead? Now, it might be dead to you, but it's living to the people that actually know the tradition. It's living to the priesthood that actually learned this special language. You see? So anyway, these symbols existed long before, you know, both Coptic and Greek came into existence. You see, even though Coptic descend from, you know, being the last expression of the language of the native Egyptians, but they were all different languages. Coptic, you know, is not Greek. Coptic is not Demotic. Coptic is not hieratic. You see? I mean, that right there should be common sense. But nevertheless, if these things exist thousands of years, you know, prior to, you know, and you didn't have no chart, how can you come create a chart and say that that's what these things mean? And so I gave a hypothetical example last night where I showed them how it is that you can actually create a chart. And I'm going to go to that in a second, but I want to show our people, because I was going back and forth with a brother, and he swore up and down that this was the Coptic that was used. So I want to go on a letter for letter drawing right here to show you. And I'll probably have to take it up and then take it back down. So this is the letter A right here, right? And if you come over here, you will see the letter A here. This is the letter B. B here, right? This is the letter K, you know, in Coptic, right? Then you have the letter D right here, right? You know, this is the letter E, right? See, they going one for one. This is the letter Z right? We got H, right? This is actually, that wouldn't be the O. That's actually another, like I want to say, they got a different, Omicron is what they call it. But then this right here is I. This is K. Hold up. Let me scroll it up here. It done went to the other thing right now. I'm going to have to take it down a little bit. So that's the K, right? This would be the L that look like a M, lam, right? This is M, right? See the M here? This is N. See the N there, right? There we go. And this is like, I'm going to say Zeta, right? Another expression for the O, right? Want to say that's look like Keth or something like that right there. But then we have the P, which is really an R expression. You know, this other symbol that represents the E, but it's actually another expression for, I want to say, a S or something like that. But anyway, when you go T comparison, you know, what is Y? Y here, you know, V, you know, which is going into W. I mean, we can go all the way, but when you get to the end, what you see is that this is definitely a Greek alphabet key. So if this is the Greek alphabet key, how is he going to compare this to these symbols when Greek didn't even exist back then? We're going to reiterate that because that's important. You know, no, he created his own alphabet. Now, I'm going to show you a conflict in this chart right here. In the process of creating this, watch this. He has, and I ain't even went this far into it. This is crazy. You know, they'll say that this represents the letter Y or I, you know, and so forth and so on, but it's up here in the A category. They'll say this represents the letter R, but it's up here in the A category because he was using this. This was his template, so to speak, you know, to be able to try to create this thing. So we actually see, you know, in real time what he was working with. So he used this as the letter B over these. He used this, you know, as the letter K, right? Now watch the conflict in this. You ain't seen nothing yet. Then this is D, right? And T, right? Then when we come down here, we see now he has the feather here where the letter E is. You see, it can't be both of these right here, but this is him trying to work his way through it. He actually don't have a symbol for this one yet. You see? He actually don't have a symbol for this one either. But then he come right here again and hit you with the reed leaves in another area. So wait a minute, you mean to tell me the symbol is here? It also represents this letter and this letter? That's confusion. But this is what happened. Now remember, this is supposed to be the letter K. Hold up. Let me do this again. Uh-oh. Let me see. Yeah, there it go right there. This is supposed to be your letter K up here, right? Which was also changed into a C later, so to speak, you know, in our alphabet. Or it represents a G in the other language. So he has that here. This little, what they like to call a bowl. And so he come down here and put it here as well. But then he add other symbols onto it here, like the serpents and so forth and so on. Then when you come here, you know, which represents the letter L, you see the lion that he have here. He got two lotus plants right here, right? You know, look at all the different symbols he have for the letter M, the symbols he have for N. Then he actually placed what would normally be called, you know, Gardenia sign list determinatives here, which ain't even a regular alphabet, but he put that in here, you know, again. Then he came down here and he had different symbols here, and then he put the reed leaf in here. You see, so this man, look, this man was all over the place when it comes to this demonstration. Some of the same symbols he have, you know, down here, he also had up there with the letter A. You know, so I mean, like, come on, man. We don't even have to go no further on that. I'm just showing you, you know, how this guy started out his alphabet, and it was based off a Greek key when Greek didn't even exist 4,500 years ago, because that's when hieratic was first attested, 4,500 years ago. And in fact, you know, I have some more information, you know, that goes deeper than that, you know, that actually gives a certain description. And I won't go all the way into a whole lot of this because I'm gonna go further into my demotic aspects, but I'm gonna point something out real quick to give an example on what they call pseudo hieroglyphs. For those who don't know, for example, these are supposed to be a group of hieroglyphics, right? And I'm gonna tell y'all how they've been getting by on the people. Now, if this rock can be dated according to carbon dating, let's say this rock is considered 1,000,000 years old. Now, somebody that was trying to create a forgery would know better if they dated this in the carbon realm as being 1,000,000 years old, because they know good and well, you know, they can't prove, you know, that something existed in a language alphabet system during that time, right? So they're going to keep it closer to like the modern time that languages are supposed to have evolved. So here's a particular area where you have a forgery of glyphs carved in the stone in Australia. You see? And these are called fake Egyptian hieroglyphs. Fake Egyptian hieroglyphs. So how would they do this? Let's just say this rock was dated from, let's say, 3000 BC. Wasn't nothing there, and I come and I carve something on it. And then I say, hey, these are hieroglyphs right here. They 3,000 years old, or whatever date they put on it. Now the date is coming off the rock, not the art. So you see how they're able to pull the wool over somebody that don't know no better because they dating the rock. But you can carve something in this special rock and then date it from the rock, and they're going to say this is how old the alphabet that is on here is. This is the way that they get over on our people. So in this particular measure, you know, and I'm going to actually end up putting the sources to a lot of this stuff in here, the links to it, you know, because it's coming from one source. Watch what this says. It says, first notice in 1975. Oh, let me get this here because I don't want this to shut down on us. Plug this in. I know what that dimness represents. Okay, there we go. First notice in 1975, right? And carry on. A rural district about 37 miles and 60 kilometers north of Sydney on the southeast coast of Australia. The Gosford glyphs are a series of about 100 Egyptian hieroglyphs in an area replete with Aboriginal petroglyphs, right? Of giant kangaroos and men with spears, and some of the hieroglyphs appear to be genuine in the sense that they appear to be fairly true copies of actual Egyptian written symbols, but none of them are authentically ancient. None was seen before 1975, despite the fact that a local surveyor, Alan Dash, had been visiting the region since 1968. Dash further reports that after his first encounter with the hieroglyphs in 1975, for the next 5 years, each time he visited the area, new glyphs had appeared. Oh man. See, somebody was on their job. During a visit in 1984, Dash actually discovered the culprit, or perhaps he was one of the several, inscribing hieroglyphs into the rock face. Though within the boundaries of an Australian national park and blatantly illegal, the perpetrator was not arrested as he appeared to be mentally ill. One might have thought that Dash's eyewitness testimony would have put nonsense entirely to rest. It hasn't. Claims have been made that the glyphs exhibit too much erosion to be recently made. The erosion is coming from the rocks, not the glyphs. It says, for example, though geologists deny this, point out that the local sandstone, it says, is a very soft rock that in fact erodes very quickly. So this is one of the hoax, where you have people create fake glyphs. You see, so they are what they call pseudo hieroglyphs that are out there, and they have done, I have works, as well, other source material say that there were also fake glyphs that have been created, even in Kemet. Actually, this is one of the records here talking about some of those things, dealing with some of the fake glyphs, that was put up here. One was from the area of the small pyramid, where it speaks of Egyptological evidence for the construction of the small pyramid by Menkaure, right? Menkarenus lived 2490 to 2470 BC. The mastaba tombs in Giza Plateau with the inscriptions dating from the 4th dynasty, right? Hieroglyphs for Mykerinos carved into the outer casing of the pyramid, a sarcophagus lid with hieroglyphics from Menkaure, right? It says, now scientifically proven to have been forged by Howard Vasey. So this is actually in Kemet, in Egypt, where they're dealing with forgeries, that was demonstrated. And this same person demonstrated the same measures in the Middle Pyramid and the Great Pyramid. See here again, let's go to the bottom portion because it just mentioned different places and places where he actually placed certain things. It say hieroglyphs painted in red in the relieving chambers above the king's chamber. This is in Kemet now. The Great Pyramid discovered by Howard Vasey in 1837. There's an ongoing argument among Egyptologists about whether these hieroglyphs are also fake, as they contain a spelling mistake corresponding to the hieroglyphic standard of time of the time of discovery. So this is the type of stuff you ain't heard nothing about. This is the type of stuff they whisper about. You see? And now these are all different sources. Here's another source right here. Right? This particular source, and I ain't putting this out here because I'm going to have a discussion and I don't want individuals trying to, remix my sources. That's why I ain't putting that here. I'm just giving this to the people to see that I got this. So if I clipped it, it come from actual book. So it says Egyptian motifs became fashionable in art and interior decoration, right? It says in the Palestrina mosaic in the temple of Fortuna, of what they call Primogenia, probably dating from the 1st century AD, is a foreshortened view of the entire land of Egypt, with some fine details, including a clear depiction of one of the bedroom carrying boats mentioned by Strabo. You already know Strabo was considered what they call one of their little Greek philosophers. It says Egyptian gods insinuated themselves into Roman religious life. I wonder how that happened. How did Egyptian gods become insinuated within the Roman religious life when we know Rome came way after Kemet? Egyptian artifacts were exported to Rome in the first of many hemorrhages of Egypt's cultural heritage. But Romans were not content merely to import Egyptian artifacts. They also manufactured their own to express their Egyptianizing impulses. A famous example is the so-called Mensa Isaiaka, a bronze tablet bearing many images of the gods and adorned with imagery hieroglyphs. It undoubtedly came from the Isom Compensi, the great temple of the goddess Isis in Rome. When Champollion saw the Mensa Isica, now listen to this right here. This is cold-blooded here, Moors. It says in the 19th century, he immediately dismissed it as false and modern forgery because of its spurious hieroglyphs. Now, this is somebody using the same methodology trying to convert symbols into letters, and Champollion dismissed it as a forgery. But for him to do that would also debunk his claims of have deciphered something, because here's a people saying they have put this forth, unless he did this because he wanted to act like he was the one that was doing the deciphering. You know, that could possibly be a measure as well. You see it says, but far from being fake, it say it is an authentic Roman creation, meaning that this is a Roman design. You see, that's their design. It's a creation by them, designed for Roman purposes of worship by people who neither knew nor cared that its hieroglyphs were nonsensical. So in other words, they didn't care that it was nonsense. You know, that was their expression of trying to Egyptianize their Roman monuments. But Champollion, remember, he dismissed this as false. I'm going to show you the translation in a minute of, you know, some of this stuff that was actually over there. And some of it was delivered to Italy. It says that caused a quite bit of confusion in later centuries when the Mensa Isica, similar Romanized Egyptian artifacts, were used as evidence for the decipherment of hieroglyphs. Of course, that would cause confusion, because if Champollion dismissed it as being forgery, and now you come up in this era in time, and then you try to say you're going to use this, you know, as evidence for decipherment of the hieroglyphs, something ain't right there. If the man used what he called his code or his key of decipherment, if he was the one that rejected it, how you gonna come along later and try to use this same thing he rejected as evidence to confirm decipherment? So these are some of the things that are not discussed. See, they ain't never heard. That's why I'm telling you, when I really lay, and this is just some of the info. This ain't even all of it, family. And I know our scribes like, goodness gracious, how deeper does the rabbit hole become? I told them if they all they got to do is just leave me alone, and I won't find this stuff. You know what I mean? And it ain't nothing but the ancestors and the great God putting it down here. And I guarantee you, it's gonna come a time, and I know this because of years of research. It's gonna come a time that these Europeans gonna come out and they gonna admit everything that I'm saying. It may not be during my lifetime, it may be. You know, but I guarantee you by the time we get done, because once we produce this literature in books, it's going to be out there, you know, and it's going to be people that's going to say, man, it was a group of Moors, man, that was saying this stuff, you know, way back in 2023. You see what I'm saying? They was ahead of their time, but they going to only, the community only embrace it when they see Rome say it. So it says Italy became seeded with Egyptian artifacts, some taken from Egypt, others made at home. That would emerge and draw attention to Egypt during the centuries to come, as historian Roman Egyptomania has observed. It says by the 2nd century CE, distinctively, Egyptian decoration styles, architecture, and religion had become a part of the cultural fabric of Roman Italy, with official imperial approval and sponsorship, especially under Emperor Hadrian. So where did they get the knowledge of being able to carve these glyphs in the first place? Now, we done seen they use the term fake hieroglyphs. We see now Champollion has actually, you know, tried to debunk these glyphs as forgery. We're going to actually show you the glyphs, because, you know, it's one thing to read about this stuff, but another thing to actually see the monuments that they were talking about. Because, see, we're going to deal with, you know, the actual information, the historicity, and we're going to deal with the archaeology. You see? Watch this. Watch this. And these are also on the fake obelisk list. You know, these are all fake obelisks, you know, that have been created. This was supposed to be attributed to Sesostris the first in Heliopolis, Medan el Masala, or hieroglyphs. They on the fake obelisk list. Sesostris the first, again, Heliopolis, fallen and plundered. Thutmosis, you know, they have obelisks in these areas with hieroglyphics on them. You know, just going. There's some in London, New York, London, Piazza del Popolo. I think that's somewhere in Italy, if I ain't mistaken. I don't know who that is calling me. Let me see here. Yeah, I can't talk right now, people. Let me send them a message. Yeah, I can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of my class. So anyway, Ramesses II, you know, Seti Heliopolis, Ramesses over here, all these different areas right here, St. Peter Square, they got fake Heliopolis obelisks all over the place with glyphs on them. You know what I mean? I'm going to give you some more right here, and I'm going to show you the actual monuments in a minute. You know, so here's another one. A second major phase of eager interest in Egypt arose during the Renaissance as a natural consequence of intense focus on classical antiquity and classical texts. Knowledge of Egypt was derived mostly from ancient authors whose manuscripts were being avidly collected and read. The text was supplemented by Egyptian and Egyptianizing. That's a very important statement to be understood. Egyptianizing. These are key words to look up if you want to find what has been remixed. So the Egyptianizing monuments of Rome, some always on the view from antiquity and others newly uncovered. The obelisk, as a symbol of imperial conquest, was used and reused in Rome, repositioned in new settings and with new meanings under papal patronage. It says Egypt was revered as a source of wisdom and spiritual insight. Elements of Egyptian religion, especially Hermeticism, were regarded as an anticipation of Christianity. The search for ancient precedents and the yearning to read hieroglyphs even led to forgeries of archaeological evidence. The printing press accelerated popular and scholarly interest in Egypt, and especially its hieroglyphs, with widespread distribution of books, some with extensive illustrations such as Hypernear, it says Tamaki, I want to say, and Palafili. It says this medieval style, a story of a hero who pursues his idea, Polia, and personification of antiquity through a dreamscape of ancient remains is filled, you know, and it goes into with Egyptian artifacts. This is the website right here dealing with the fake hieroglyphs. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna go into that until I go into my discussion. You know, this is another thing. I was showing our people this. We give honors to the brother Walter Williams, you know, who exposed some of the ones that are coming at me, and he had them read this definition. And this definition tell you that the hieroglyphics are undecipherable or illegible. This is a term that's very important, illegible and undecipherable, right? There are many scholars that have spoken on this. You see, here's one book. Again, we ain't giving up, you know, this source until we bring it forth, you know, at these individuals, you know, at this particular time that we're going to have this discussion with, so we can put this conversation to rest. We ain't giving no ammunition to remix. We just showing what it is, you know, to our people right now. So This is actually going into, postscript and dealing with the signal from a particular source that I have. Watch what it says. It says, consider a physical signal and say light that contains data are dots and dashes traveling from A to B in space and time at the speed of light. The signal arrives containing the data and potential meaning, but the meaning is not fully bestowed on it until the mind interprets and understands the data. They're giving this example, to give a drawing on when you deal with what we call interpretation, of pictorials and so forth and so on, or hieroglyphs. It says, when the data arrives, it can be thought of as gibberish, having no meaning. You see, that's how some people would look at it if they don't have ability to what they call decipher it. Then it says, having undecipherable meanings such as hieroglyphics or Chinese, where we don't have a Chinese dictionary. In the main, the meaning is understood. So let's go back to what they were saying up here. If you don't have a Chinese dictionary, you can't understand Chinese. If you don't have a hieroglyphic dictionary that existed prior to Champollion, then you can't understand the hieroglyphics. And if they created one during his time, you can't use that to say that it has to do with that which is ancient, because it came into existence later. It didn't exist from the time that the original symbols were created. That don't take rockets. That should kill the whole argument right there. We know what he say he did. We know the methodology they say he demonstrated. But of course, they are going to push that narrative to make it seem as if they have a monopoly over the language. But y'all seen how many different fakeries and forgeries, and I ain't even showed everything yet. I know the scribes on right here on the panel probably eyes is wide open like, oh my God. If they can't get it after this right here, they just ain't gonna get it. I know our scribe like, goodness gracious. Oh, and it gets worse than this right here, family. But it says, how are we to assess this situation? If it is gibberish, we do not or don't understand the packaging or the content of the signal. Think about symbols, right? In addition, we do not know if there isn't any hidden secret data which could have meaning. If it is undecipherable, we understand from the construction of the package that it might contain meaningful data, but we don't understand the content of the package. And so this is going, to these special points. And in reference, they're dealing with the undecipherable meaning of hieroglyphs or even Chinese. If it is undecipherable, we understand from the construction of the package that it might contain meaningful data, but we don't understand the content of the package. And Champollion didn't understand the content of the package when it comes to the language. He created his own. And that's what I was trying to demonstrate to the ones last night. And it went way over the head. Some of the people in the audience got it, though. It says it fits into our learned appreciation of data packaging from the past that tells us that it contains meaning, even though we cannot say what the meaning is. The medium of the package has meaning, but the content cannot be deciphered. Although we know the hieroglyphics probably have meaning encased in them. And the meaning that's encased in them goes back to the metaphysics, goes back to these symbols being formulas, dealing with the mathematical anaglyphic formulas like the ones we was creating. So there's meaning in these symbols, but they are not found in decipherment of alphabet. Oh man, they ain't never heard this right here before. I'm giving up a whole lot right now, right? So if they peek it in here, I know that, they don't want everybody to hear this, because when the whole community hear this right here, oh, they in trouble. They in trouble. You see what I'm saying? And we can go on and on and on and on and on and on again about this here, right? Here's another source, a different one. And I ain't going to read the whole thing, because I want to buy a little time. Hieroglyphs themselves are sort of a riddle. Remember, they was just speaking of a meaning. They have meaning, but if you don't know the essence of the meaning, then it's going to be a riddle to you, right? Indeed, like a rebus. And they use the rebus principle, right? Which they say, like, I belief represents, the symbol of an I, a bee that fly around and pollinate flowers and leaf. They'll say that you can deal with interpretation like that, but then get upset when somebody say this thing is metaphysical. So they present pictures which as a whole are not unified and can only be read if one distinguishes the elements. In other words, you distinguish the bee as the bee, a leaf as a leaf, and so forth and so on, where these then become nouns in the sense of constructing words. So when you look at certain things on Kemetic monuments, you see a bee, you see a lion, you see an eye. Those are not alphabets. Those are people, places, and things. And people, places, and things are not alphabet. If I say that I'm a man, the word man is M-A-N, right? But that's not an alphabet, like the letter A. You see, or the letter C. That's a man. If I see a lion, lion is spelled L-I-O-N, but that's a lion. So these are people, places, and things. And so I try to give our people insight to tell them, if this is understood, then the truest way of understanding Medu Neter is by studying the book of creation. Because all they was doing is depicting life in stone. You don't need an alphabet to interpret what was being demonstrated. All you need to know is the nature of what it is you're looking at. So if you see a hawk that's carved in the stone, then you look at that hawk and you study the nature of the hawk. And this is how you become acquainted with the real essence of that special creature. If you see the man in stone, study the man. A lot of our people read different books and everything, but they don't even know nothing about themselves. So this takes the alphabet concept all the way out the equation, and we dealing with things that you observe in creation. So to truly get the concept of Medu Neter, you observe creation, which has to do with, if you observe in creation, this is the concept and foundation of what we call science. So we can say, as a fact of archaeological proof, that we see the activities that's being demonstrated in this stone, that they represent the first origins of what they even try to call in the present time STEM. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, all of that is depicted in that stone. So this goes beyond trying to make, a particular I, the letter R, or the lion, the letter L, so they putting symbols of the ancestors they were much more greater. They putting them in a box and saying they represent a letter when they represent something much more grandiose, family. And this is what we are bringing to the manifest. So when it said here, hieroglyphs themselves are a sort of riddle, they ain't solved the riddle yet. Champollion didn't solve that riddle, family. It would have to come to actually dealing with the priests, who would be the ones that actually say. He wasn't no priest of ancient Kemet. So I would go with the information of the priest. So who was the priest, the last priest to demonstrate this? You got to go to Horapollo. Horapollo was the individual that demonstrated the same way I'm demonstrating. He didn't use no alphabet chart. So if he was an Egyptian priest and he didn't have no alphabet chart when he was interpreting these symbols, then who is Champollion to come along later and he wasn't a priest, and you say he resurrected a language that was dead? Make it make sense, people. It's already disrespectful for you to call it a dead language. Indeed, like a rebus, they present pictures which as a whole are not unified and can only be read if one distinguishes the elements. And this is what we were taught when we deal with our special measure. We are taught that the neophyte Yehoshua went into, these temples in ancient Egypt, and he was told to think upon the meaning of these symbols. He didn't have no book. He didn't have no dictionary with it. So hieroglyphic has the figurative sense of having a hidden meaning and also hard to read, undecipherable. See, this supporting what our brother Walter Williams, the elder, was saying when he exposed, the brother Reggie. As if the mysterious hieroglyphic bonnet were itself a hieroglyph, this reader cannot determine if it is undecipherable or has a hidden meaning she cannot uncover. So if you don't have a key of decipherment that come from the creators of the actual monument, you cannot uncover, something according to an alphabet chart that you created. So we can only accept the fact that these things were what they were, expressed as they were, and then someone come on the manifest to confirm that, then you listen to them. So I put Horapollo being the last, actual high priest that actually wrote about these things above Champollion. You see? And I'm going to show you something. This is so that our people can see this right here. This is so that our people can see this. Watch this. Watch this. And you can go online and find this yourself, family. This is the last high priest to actually write, about this here. And his works was also honored by Champollion originally. Let's see if this one, let's see here. I want to get the actual text. I got a couple of them in my archive. If this don't show it, I'll pull it up. But this may be the actual one here. But this is just talking about the Aboriginal myths and symbols in America. I'm going to download this because I don't have it. And it may definitely have some references to some things in there that then give me. So I know they finna talk about, and I guarantee you that's probably something. See, that's how I come across them. I guarantee you something in this thing here that's going to make it get even more, interesting, so to speak. Because they already talking about the myths of symbols. I'm going to do it right here. Let me see. Pull up my, because I got it right here. Let's see. Horapollo. It should pull up. Do I have it here? Let me see. Not that one. Let me see. I can go back over here again and find this. Let me put it up here. Okay. I'm going to say this here too because I see they talking about forgery right there. I'm going to download this. See, that's what I be saying. I be looking for other stuff. And I can already see the context, that they on the same level of thought that I'm on right there. So I'm going to definitely, hold up right here. Okay. I can do it this way here. Let me go to the greatest library online. Because this is where you find all books that's out of print. And a lot of them are free. Classical pieces. Let's see what it has here. Okay. Let's see. Normally they'll have the whole book up here. Okay. That's the essay on it. We don't want the essay. We want the actual book. Okay. Okay, that's one right there. I'm looking for the older version because I know all the modern ones are most likely not the whole book. Not that one, not that one. Okay, not that one. Y'all see some of them dates say all the way back to the 1500s, right? Okay, let me see. This right here may be one right here that actually have a little bit what I can go and note. They ain't giving the full version of it there. Where you at, book? Okay, I'm gonna do it like this right here then. Normally that thing is right there. Rome been acting crazy. I had a little time trying to get on my computer this morning. I'm gonna try to do it this way then and pull it up because I want to make sure y'all see this. Let me see here. I'm gonna try to go this route to pull it up. Okay, is this it right here? Let's see. I think this it right here. Yeah, there we go right there. Here it is right here. This is what I was looking for. This thing right here is dealing with, the expression from an actual priest family. See, it says the hieroglyphics of Horapollo Nilius, right? I even have one of these things that break down, a whole lot. And it tells you, it speaks on, these special symbols. It gives you the history behind it, the first, development of the language. And my thing is to show you, they tell you that he was one of the priests in here. They tell you who translated it, and they translate it. It says, which he published in the Egyptian tongue, which Philip translated into the Greek language. Okay. So here's one of the first measures of Horapollo's breakdown. You can even see the Greek writing up here as evident. And this is talking about how the Egyptians denoted eternity. And then he goes into explaining that they depicted this, the sun and the moon, and this represented, eternity to them. The elements represented eternity is what they're saying. It says, but when they would represent eternity differently, and you notice that the Greek is on the side of this right here too, right? When they represented differently, they delineated a serpent with its tail covered by the rest of his body. This would often be a symbol of a serpent biting on its tail. That's a symbol that represents, from a metaphysical, metaphorical standpoint, the eternity represent the universe. It also became a symbol of many New Age movements. They call this E.A.R.S, basically, which in Greek language signifies the basilisk. And then they place golden figures of it around the gods. And the Egyptians say, right, that eternity is represented by this animal, which is also the serpent, right? Because of the three existing species of serpents, and the others are mortal, but this alone is immortal. It says, and because it destroys any other animal by merely breathing upon it. They're saying that the cobra, when it spews its poison, it can kill something without biting, basically. You see, upon it, without biting, it says, and hence, in so much, it is thus appears to have power over life and death, and they place it upon the head of the gods. What you see right here on the headdress. The serpent, E.A.R.S, the cobra. You see what I'm saying? Symbolically, in the metaphysic world, they call that the rising of serpent power, Kundalini energy, the awakening, which represents a cycle, of unfoldment. So this is how deep this science get coming from the priest, when he was demonstrating it. They give you different aspects of Coptic, the significance of the king. It talks about, the Hebrew version, Ob, as it represents serpent, and You know, they go into a whole bunch of things. And it said that Kircher, which was also an Egyptologist, he suggests that the cobra is able to kill by its hiss. You see what I'm saying? Just by hissing on it's the same thing. You know, so again, it says when they would represent the universe, there it is again. They're supposed to be your Greek, right? Translated, when they would represent the universe, they delineate a serpent be speckled with what they call variegated scales. So the scales on the body of the snake represent like the stars and the constellation. This is what they're saying symbolically. Devouring its own tail by the scales, it imitating the stars in the universe, and the animal is also extremely heavy, as is the earth, and extremely slippery, like water. Moreover, it every year puts off its old age with its skin as the universe annual period affects. And they're going to go into the corresponding aspect of this. And they're talking about when the snake sheds its skin, that's symbolic to the annual period of the renewal, of what we call years and different cycles. You see? And so it says corresponding change and it becomes renovated. So in other words, it's renewing itself, the universe, through cycles. And the making of use of its own body for food implies that all things whatsoever that are generated by divine providence in the world undergo a corruption into it again. So they're saying that just as, there's a making of its own body for food, this is the way that the universe, will create, destroy and recreate, in and of itself. This is why you have the process that go on with certain star constellations, being born and so forth. These are processes of birth, death, and rebirth that's taking place within the cosmos. Birth, death, and rebirth take place when we deal with the seasons, fall, winter, spring, summer. We see a process of, decay and then a coming back to life, so to speak. So our ancestors were so powerful that they observed everything around them in creation and made it applicable. This is simply reading the book of creation. This is an Egyptian high priest teaching this. He's giving, this is his breakdown on these symbols. And Champollion admitted that this guy was right. Only thing he tried to say wasn't right is when Champollion created his alphabet system, and that which didn't coincide with that. That's where they tried to say, all right, we're going to discard this stuff. We ain't dealing with what this Egyptian priest say. We're going to deal with what Champollion said. It's a whole book here, family, breaking this stuff down from a metaphysical standpoint. And they say he was right. They say he was correct. You see, so we can't make this stuff up. Now, this is one that's popular that you can even see in a lot of the works of the Egyptologists now, dealing with the hawk. And they say that it represents God. Well, what do you think they got that from? Horapollo was the first person to teach that. Right here. When they would signify God or height or lowness or excellence or blood or victory, Ares or Aphrodite, Hor or Hathor, they delineate a hawk. They symbolize it by God because the bird is prolific and long-lived, or perhaps rather because it seems to be an image of the sun being capable of looking more intently toward his rays than all other winged creatures, and hence physicians for the cure of the eyes of the herb hawkweed. Hence, also, it is that under the form of a hawk, they sometimes depict the sun as Lord of vision, and they use it to denote height, because other birds, when they would soar high, move themselves from side to side, being incapable of ascending vertically. But the hawk alone soars directly upward, and they use it as a symbol of lowness, because other animals move not in a vertical line, but descend obliquely, pardon self. And the hawk, however, stoops directly down upon anything beneath it. And they use it to denote excellence because it appears excellent, to excel all birds. It says, and for blood, because they say that this animal does not drink water but blood. And for victory, because it shews itself capable of overcoming every winged creature. For when pressed by some more powerful bird, it directly turns itself in the air upon its back and fights with its claws and extended upwards, and its wings back below, and its opponent being unable to do the like is overcome. So, it goes into many different aspects, and showing also the connection of the hawk, how it signifies dealing with the name, and, you can see the death being demonstrated here. The hawk represents Ba, or the soul, Baith, which is actually a word that was adopted later, into Hebrew, which means house. You see what I'm saying? So they say that this is the name of decomposition, signifies the soul and the heart, and then the word Bay here. You see? So, like, just go look this stuff up. This is Horapollo, a real Egyptian priest, breakdown on this that was later discarded after Champollion, came up with what he came up with. So I'm going with the Kemetic priest. That's my point. In the way that he dealt with these symbols over the way that the European, chose to deal with them. That's what it boiled down to, family. So to show this last example right here, because I told y'all I was going to show you the monuments that Champollion actually condemned, as being bogus, so to speak. They're actually monuments that he went in opposition against, and then they turned right around and tried to use them. This is one right here that was referred to. This particular Albanian obelisk, among those called fake obelisks, right? In the 1st century AD granite, H of the ancient section 3.2, M and H is restored 5.5 M Munich Staliches Museum. They letting you know where it is. Egyptian Kunst. And the photograph of the courtesies of the same museum they just mentioned. Figure 7.3, Borgia obelisk. We already just seen, I showed you earlier about these obelisks, these fake obelisks, right? It says, the facsimile of inscriptions after Bovey 2008. So this is what they call a facsimile here. These are transcribed hieroglyphs. Borgia obelisk, standardized copy of the hieroglyphic inscription prepared with J-Shes. They let you know they did this with J-Shes. That's a thing that you can create hieroglyphs with. So now, when you look into this special thing, this is giving you a transliteration that's supposed to deal with, what they saying was transliterated from the pictures. But this has been called and said to be what they call pseudo hieroglyphs. These hieroglyphics here that were found on this monument are said to be pseudo hieroglyphs, and they are not naturally, created by Egyptians. They was created during this time period that this actual monument was created. And so the translation over here, they show the name Sarnetta in here. So if the name Sarnetta is in there, do that mean that that's talking about the brother Sarnetta, that's dealing with the house of consciousness? Just because we find this right here? No, we know his name is called that because he was named that, at a particular time period. But this is the type of argument they try to make when it comes to dealing with, Cleopatra name and Ptolemy's name. They claim it to be found in hieroglyphics. So it's the same type of, look at what it says. The Lord of the two lands, Son of God, because that's what Sarnetta means. It says the Augustus, as for tis sectus Africanus, he erected this obelisk. So we already know Sectus Africanus lived in a certain time period. So though they created this right here and put Sectus' name in it, let's see what Sectus, what era or age that he lived in. Right? Watch this. Oh man. Let's see. This is something else, family. We can't make this up. You know, by the name, you already know it's somebody in the modern time. They go to obelisk right there too, right? They put it up there again. This is the obelisk of Titus Sectus Africanus. At the same place, you see the name down at the bottom? The same thing that they gave. This is the actual location. Same thing they was mentioning at the Kunst Museum, right? See, I told you when I come, I'm going to come with the receipts. And that's why I keep saying the general opinion of men will never alter the nature of truth. This is considered pseudo-hieroglyphs and fake. Sectus Africanus was a Roman senator who was deterred by Agrippa the Younger from marrying Junia Selena. He served as a sufficient consul in 59 AD. That's 59 years after the descent, of Jesus, as they would call according to the Gregorian calendar. So we know this is way far away from the ancient Egyptians. But yet here's another forgery to show you that they definitely was demonstrating forgeries of monuments. In 62 AD, he took a census in the province of Gaul together with Quintus Volusius and Saturninus. It says in Marcus Tribulus Maximus and Saturninus and Africanus, it says were rivals and both hated Tribulus who took advantage of their rivalry to get better of them. Africanus is recorded in attending meetings of fratres, what they called Avelis, from 54 to 66. And it's just going on about his history, but I'm just showing you, how modern, this individual was, and they created, their special glyphs, for this one and put his name in. That's the same thing that happened with how Ptolemy's name ended up in those monuments that Champollion claimed to use as a decipherment tool, because he said he used the Pele obelisk, which was actually created during the same time the Rosetta Stone was created, because the Rosetta Stone didn't exist prior to Champollion creating it. Not him creating it, but him creating his alphabet. It didn't exist, prior to Ptolemy. Ptolemy is the ones that brought it into existence. And then Champollion used that as special monument to claim he deciphered something. The problem with that, if that thing didn't exist from antiquity, then you burn up. That's just like me trying to use this as a means of, all right, I done deciphered it knowing that this is fake hieroglyphs, or what they call pseudo hieroglyphs. Do you know that even when we talk about the language we call Proto-Sinaitic and Proto-Canaanite, that scholars actually refer to that as pseudo hieroglyphs when they deal with any particular, like even Meroitic, though these symbols come off of the monuments in Kemet, as an alphabet, they call all these things pseudo hieroglyphs, and these are way older than this stuff Champollion created. So if you're gonna call Proto-Canaanite, pseudo hieroglyphics, or if you're gonna call, Meroitic pseudo hieroglyphs, then how you gonna let Champollion get by? See what I'm saying? And every last one of them have their own expression on it. So I just wanted to show our family this, to put this pictorial nonsense to rest again. Like I said, I got more and more and more on here. This is actually, in Italy, the same thing being depicted here, as well. And I got a whole lot more to back this stuff up. I got so much stuff up here, I'm telling you, family. It's just insane. Just going on and on and on and on and on. You can't get around all of this. You can't get around all of this, family. So I'm going to come on up out of that right there. I just gave y'all a sneak preview of what I'm putting together. But when I put it all together with this archaeology and the monuments, it's going to be real powerful. Now, to go into the essence of what we here to demonstrate, let me pull my little thing up again and go back here. Now that we said all of that, the mind should be clear now. This is the first chart that I created. Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, was aiding and assisting with this particular one. And I know y'all was trying to compare this Scribes to your particular homework last week, and it was kind of difficult. And I know it was kind of difficult because we wasn't privy to the aspects and using the tools that we had to deal with uppercase and lowercase letters. And I'm going to show you that in a second. But everything checks out just like it checks out here. We just have to go through many different aspects of being able to express it, so to speak. This is the first chart that we had when we started digging into this. And I'm going to resend this to y'all too, family. So you have it. I'm going to send this to you too. This is what I created. This is y'all breather right here, Scribes. So I was able to go, and find these things. I'm going to show you again how I found it dealing with the tool. What you had to do is if you come here and hit the letter A, right? You see it come up here. See how they put we already know the reverse engineer, and they put this picture here. We know that there is no demotic dealing with pictures, but we already know in the tool this how they gonna bring it to us. So this is the letter A in demotic right here. Not this. This is the facsimile. This is the transcription. This is the reverse engineered aspect. It's just a marker to us. And also this symbol right here, y'all already know that represents the letter A too. So it's these two symbols here, right? So I know y'all was trying to look for this and find it, but I'm gonna show you how I found it. So here it is right here, right? So we put that there again as a marker, not as a representative of an alphabet, only to map this out. You see, because we already know why they put alphabets there, because that's the way that the Romans do it. So in order to get out of we say only way through the fire, out of the fire is through the fire. The only way out of our enslavement is through the same process that we was enslaved, be it mentally, physically, or spiritually. So we have to reverse engineer these pictures back into their alphabetic form, because they've been hiding, again, these alphabets up under the picture. Same thing with the Demotic. They tried it too. We seen Champollion's list, the one I showed you a few minutes ago, where he was comparing the letters to this, and that's how that got there. And unfortunately, it's basically like a bad relationship, that comes from that time all the way up to now. You can't sever the tie, without really getting to know one or the other, so to speak. But anyway, this is the alphabet B. Not this and not this. These are two different symbols for the B. Right here in what we call Demotic. This actually carries over back into closer to hieratic as well. This is more the direct Demotic B, the later evolution of it. So let me show you how I was able to find the B if y'all wasn't able to find it. Either you're going to, again, deal with the lowercase or the uppercase. And so when we put capital B in here, we see all these different measures, but you don't see the actual alphabet. We just see different symbols and everything it is, pictorials and all that. But when you come over here and you type in the lowercase b, there it is. That's your Demotic B. This is not Demotic B. This is a pictorial. So we look at these as markers, family. That's all they are, markers. We don't look at these as letters. This is the letter right here. You see what I'm saying? This is Demotic right here. When you see Demotic, you're going to see it in this form. You ain't going to see Demotic in this form. It don't exist. There is no Demotic that exists as pictorial script. Once you understand that, you won't be confused. You see? And if you don't get it, let me show you what Demotic look like real quick. All you got to do is type it in. It's easy to Google it. When you type Demotic in, this is what you're going to see. That's Demotic right there. That's hieratic right there. And hieratic actually helped give birth to Demotic. That's Demotic right there. Whole bunch of Demotic paper over here. So this is Demotic. This is the actual alphabet. There is no Demotic pictorials, people. So don't let it confuse you when you see this symbol right here. Like I said, that's just a marker to us that know better. So let's go to the next letter. Let's go to the next letter. In order for us to re-educate ourselves, we have to de-educate ourselves. We have to decolonize our minds. That's what the process is. Here it is, the letter G. Now notice that I put the G as a lowercase here. And I did that because in this chart, you'll be able to find it under the lowercase. If you look for G under the uppercase, it don't show up. And check out the way it should. See, this is what comes up when you have G here. These are expressing whole word, skeleton, so to speak. Here's the term for God here. Goddesses. These are all the symbols, in the Demotic that actually represent. These are the alphabets that represent it. God, right? So now when you type in the lowercase g, there it is. Hold up, let it come in. Finish processing real quick. Sometimes it takes a little time. Let me make sure. Come on now. Trying to get it. Sometimes this thing won't pull on. Well, you get it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pull it up real quick and blow the screen up and you'll see it. So again, this is the letter G right here, family. Right here. You see? And it actually has different forms in it. So you have to know the different forms. You see the little picture they put beside it? You can already look and see that picture don't look like damn one of these. So they really did a poor job on trying to compare this to pictures. These people was just guessing when they was doing that. And so all it was is, like I say, a representation of markers, that they came up with. And this was their. Go ahead, Grand Secretary of the State.
Islam, Dr. Shaheed, pardon myself. I think I also had a problem when I was trying to pull up that G where it didn't overflow down to that next box.
Yeah, so you couldn't pull it up either?
Right.
And
there were about 3 or 4 letters when plugging it in, like how the rest of them just flowed to. And that wouldn't move to that next box.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's probably because he probably put more data in there, because it should definitely do it. I know some of them, when I was looking through it too, took a little longer to load in certain aspects too. Like I waited and then they loaded up later. And like you say right here, if you see it, you definitely can tell that they was making comparisons that wasn't, on point. Like when you look at it right here, this is the same G that you'll find over there, even in the chart that I had already created previously in all these letters. If we come back over, and this was before, I was able to actually know everything it is to be known about Demotic when me and the brother Edwards Bay was going through this thing. Hold up. Trying to pull it up here again. Oh, there it go right there. Yeah. Scroll this down. When you come back to the chart that I actually had created right here, you can see all of them there. And I just took every one. See, like that's your A right there. That's your B right there. Same thing. I had another letter here also included, which they had that included in a certain area in the B as well. I didn't go all the way down to it, but that's there too. But then the G. So the G, all this stuff I did was spot on, with what they did. I just had to go in there, like I said, and deal with lowercase and uppercase, this and that, which is the same thing with the letter D. If you put the capital D in there, then you get this symbol that come up, which is actually jet. This is the symbol of jet. You know, the serpent, right? You say jet, jet. Unqua jet Senev is what we say. And then if we come here and put the lower case D here, then we get the actual one that corresponds with T and the D. You see what I'm saying? This is your demotic letter here, and that don't look nothing like that, but you know, Rome submales. This is symbol that represent the hieratic. It represent the demotic. You know, it represent the Coptic too. Oh my goodness, these people are crazy. You know, and people actually going for this stuff to the extent. So here's the D right here. You can see I went through the different attestations of it and different forms of it. You know, right here. You know, these are what I found, you know, when I was sorting them all out, putting them in the abjad order. You see? So, and this would actually be more like an N in the T here. If I was really a D, a net, you know, looking at it from that aspect. You know, there was a question between this symbol, you know, and then being here because they had that there. So I questioned that. You know, that's why I put the question mark on it, because it can't be both letters. But again, this was going through our comparison. So when we come over here now and deal with the next letter, which is the letter H, it's the same process. Hit the capital H first. Okay, we see actual H's up here. You see, and what is the one that corresponds? Because we see, and I want to make this plain here. Normally they would call this something like a determinative, right? When you see these, because that's not even considered in the realm of alphabet that they would consider an alphabet even in the pictorial, right? It would be an indicator. So we see this represents one H. This represents one H. This is the actual word. This is H and A. And that's the symbol for the H and A. This is another symbol for the H and A with this particular expression. But this is single alphabet, representing the letter H. And this is typing in the capital H. I was able to go into this. You see? Hold up. Let me go back. Uh-oh. I done went completely out of my tube. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. I was trying to go back here. Okay. There we go. So yeah. Here it is right here. So there you go. Right? So I just showed you the H's. Now, when we go back to my particular list, again, the one that I created before we was able to get these beautiful tools. Let's go back again. You know, and I had my H up here. You can see it right there. And I had this one as well. You know, actually, I ran all the way down the line because these are the H's that was in the original chart system that we had. So I just isolate them and put them in abjad order. So all of these represent the H's. That's one, that's the expression. But this here is kind of questionable because this looked like A as well. So you got to be kind of careful with that one. But check this out here. We'll go back up here with the letter H again. But when y'all have this chart, we done did the work where you ain't got to worry about this stuff no more. That's the main thing. So these are basically, you know, in line with all the symbols that I just showed y'all. You know, all of these symbols here, that's one of the symbols I had, you know, this one and this one here and so forth and so on. So we see the H checks out as well, you know. And without having this tool, I think we did a good job finding them alphabets. The next one is W. So, oh, let me hit the lowercase h too, by the way, because this actually going to be another H. You know, this is actually the lowercase h right here, since I'm already there, and we'll cover that when we get to it. So that's the lowercase h in Demotic right there. So it's just a simple thing between uppercase and lowercase. So let me go to W. So the capital W is not dealing with an alphabet. These are dealing with actual words. So these are the demotic words here. Demotic words. Now watch this. When I do the lowercase. Okay, we got the lowercase. Now we have the letter W right here. This is the letter W in Demotic. So let's go back over to the list that I created again before I discovered this tool that we're using now. Look at that. Spot on. Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, you remember we was doing this, brother?
Yeah,
You remember we was comparing these letters and putting them together?
kind of.
Yeah, and the thing is about it, what I'm showing, you see how this thing is correct. It's
Right.
checking out just like we put it. You see
Yes,
what I'm
sir.
saying?
Yes, sir.
So on a 1-for-1. So now when we come up here and let's deal with the next alphabet, you know, which is S right here. Let's see. That's the lowercase. Blow it up. Uh-oh. Trying to get my hand out the way. There you have it. This is the actual S. That ain't S. That's a whole word right there. This is the letter S right here in Demotic. See? This is the actual Demotic letter. Right? Okay, let's go back. Take a look at this. Because they also have another S in here as well. This is also the letter S. See? Oh, did it again. It's finna get real good in a minute, y'all. Okay, let me see. Come on. All right, we'll just do this again then. So yeah, again, you know, this is indeed the letter S, but when you type this in, you know, you see the different variations and attestations of the S. We know that's the alphabet, that's the alphabet, that's a word. This is a word. So you have to be able to identify the words between, and they also expressing these as S's as well. So when you go to looking at certain things in Demotic, the more we train our mind to be able to see these different attestations, you know, and manifestations of these letter expressions, we can know when we're dealing with a what we call a indicator, a determinative that they like to use. Are we dealing with these letters? It's the same thing like we was dealing with when we was dealing with the hieratic, you know. So let me come over here and go to the capital S. Now the capital S yields to us, everybody that see this, we already know that this is actually S and H, which is sh, sh, sh. And this is the symbol for the sh right here. You see? So that's the capital S. Let's pull this up again so you can see. They also have other symbols in here that you can see here, you know, that was used as well along these lines of dealing with the S. And now when we come back over to my chart over here again, you see the same symbol. Remember we seen that as a S. This is actually a S. They go your other S and there it go right there. Those are all S's. We can see those same symbols, you know, one depicted here with the SH. This one right here depicted with that where it is. Yeah, that particular symbol as the letter. This one, you see? And if we scroll down a little bit, we can see the different whole words that was used here. And so we can really, it's all up in here, family. As far as you can go with this, you can find, more knowledge. And the more that we go into this again, we become familiar with these alphabets. You see? Same way we did with hieratic, we just have to take one letter at a time. Only difference is a lot of the hieratic papyri, they digitized it, so you'll be able to see it even better by using the tool as we go through it. So again, the next letter is the other H, which we actually already showed you that H, but we're going to show you again. Remember, it's dealing with capital and lowercase. And when I put it up here on the here, notice I put it in the form that you can find the letter under. So you will find it under this lowercase h, right? So we come over here, we hit the lowercase h, and voila, there it go. Right there. Like I say, we already showed this earlier, but going back to my chart, there it is right there. This is the Y. The Y is the next letter coming after that. And actually, let me see here. I actually hit the H in the Y. So I kind of throwed that off a little bit right there and added the other H. And this is what, because I was using Mustafa Gadala's measure to make sure I lined up with the 28. So a H was actually inserted before the Y, but it's actually a part of some of the other H's that I actually showed y'all. So I just placed that one here in this area. So that ain't no big deal. We already really displayed that. But then we'll come to the Y that I actually mentioned right here. Okay, so this is Y. This is basically the new abjad chart. And they expressing it with this expression here. They expressing this as Y. Let me come over here now. So what I would do, let's type in the capital Y and see what we get. Nothing. No hit. Lowercase y. Uh-oh. Put too much in there. Lowercase y. We got our man. Right there. See, that's your Y. Right? So let us go on a little further. And we already seen the G because we went over that one earlier. But it expresses basically, another aspect of dealing with this G, which is dealing with, itself again. And this is actually really supposed to express the K, because K and G is interchangeable. You see? But in this chart, they had it as G, so we put it there as that. So when we go into that measure, there are different expressions for the letter K as well. We're going to get into them because there's a couple of drawings on that. Let me see the lowercase aspect of it in the uppercase. See, in the uppercase, you don't have nothing here. That's really dealing with an alphabet. This is like whole words, so to speak. It ain't a single. I'm going to go back here. Where it is. Okay, that's the K. Okay, and you see the straight line. This expression here. That's your K. I actually have another expression for that because there's a K expressed and a G expressed in another area. Because remember, K is interchangeable with G. And it's all based upon the chart that we're using. So have all of that in mind when we go into this special measure. So that would be a scratch out there. And then we come here on the L, right, which is lamd. Lamd, Allah, if you want to go there. So let's go over here to the L. Let me see here. Okay. Trying to get there. That's actually they put the letter I there from. There it is, right there. That's it right there. So when we come over here, this is also it's just got a curve on it in the actual tool, but that's it right there, the same L. So when we come over here, this is it right here. So you see the K right here in the chart coming after the Y that we was talking about, and then you see the letter L. This is also another expression of the letter, but they saying R, right? Because we say R is interchangeable with the letter L as well. And that's what I did. I put, the actual sound shift on these things that can be expressed in both ways. That's all I did right here. You see? And from this point right here on, being that we already know, everything is on point, I'm going to just go back and forth between these two so we can shorten the time up. So again, that's the lowercase L. So let's go back over here and deal with R. How would I find R? Well, I had a lowercase r there. So lowercase r, there it is, right there. This is your lowercase r. And we know this don't look nothing like this here, but we already know these are basically indicators to mark these particular letters, and nothing more. So the letter M. This is one expression of it in Demotic. This is another expression of it, right? Well, I didn't mean to go there, but all is well. That'll work too. I actually was trying to go back here to hit the letter M. So I got it in there as a lowercase m. So what are the letters that some of our Moorish kin wasn't able to find, we definitely found exactly where they at. And again, it's beginning with dealing with either lowercase letter, or the uppercase. So this is M. Now this is the other M. Let's go to uppercase. Well, it don't have any alphabet in here. These are actually words again. You see what I'm saying? And when you see that 3 looking sign, it ain't really nothing but, expression, of them putting 2 of these together. That's a whole nother measure. But this is the Demotic M in the lowercase. So let me go down to N. This is N, which represents a straight line, which is why you heard me speak on that earlier when I seen it above the letter T, because I seen this as the letter N. I'm referring to this right here too, by the way. See, N and D are N and T. That's how I seen that as one whole word, So let's go over here and see what the N look like. Capital N, what does it yield to us? Nothing but words, right? Now, when we go further, and we do know by default, a lot of these things are considered determinatives, so to speak, even though some of them represent, the rim alpha. So this is the N right here too, by the way. Uh-oh. They actually have a place in here where you can find these things. I ain't going into all that because that's a lot. That's for studying. But here's the letter N right here as well in the Demotic. And this is another expression of it here. If we go back over here, like I say, all of this stuff can be found, when you're digging. That's the other expression of that, where they getting that from. This little thing here, this little hook looking thing, even though this is actually expressing a word, for some reason, it's also being expressed, in the alphabet, and you come down here, right here. That's why I had that or that. We already did the S again now, so again, this is another thing, sound shifting between the letter S and the letter Z. So that letter S that I went into and showed y'all earlier, that's basically a crossover between these symbols here. So watch this. I'm going to show you the Z and what the Z yield out of these. Because we already showed you this one and this one. But this is our isolation here of another letter. I'm going to show you again here. Let's go with the lowercase z and see what we get. We get nothing from the lowercase z. Let's try the capital Z. Okay. So we have the capital Z. And we scroll down through this demonstration. Where is it? I just seen it earlier. Let me see it. Where you at, Z? Let me see. I hit the right thing now. Make sure I hit the right letter. Let me find it. Trying to pull that thing up. Where is it? I have to go back and pull this one right here again. I had it before. This is one off that one letter. Probably was a mistake and miss. Tap on. I can correct that though. That ain't a big error. That ain't a big error at all. Okay. Let's see here. Not that one. Hold up. Let's scroll. I got to find that one. I had it too. It's in here. I'm going to have to go back and pull that one up. But the other ones are right. It's just one sign that I'm looking for. That one that's on the end. I had it in there. Let's see. Where you at? I know you're there. Not that one. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and look for that one. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and look for that last letter and map it back to that. But it ain't a big deal at this particular point. But the main thing is Z and S is interchangeable with each other. And then the letter A, we'll go right here. And I send out that updated chart once I find it. I just don't want to take up too much time right now. Okay.
I don't cut you off, but when you was typing in the Z, so what, the Z wasn't coming up?
No,
What
it
was
ain't.
it?
The Z ain't coming up. I had the actual picture of this sister, this here.
Oh,
It's
okay.
in there, but I'm looking for it, and I can't find it right now. And I know it's gonna probably take a little time, so I don't want
Oh,
to spend too much time on it
uh-huh.
right now, because
Okay.
these here really already tested as what they are. It's
Right.
really just knowing that S and Z is sound shifted between each other.
Oh, okay.
You see
Okay.
what I'm saying? So it really ain't a big deal. I'm just trying to find this. I know it's there. I seen it,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but in the process of looking for this, because it took me time to do this,
Right.
I just got to go back and find it exactly where it is, because there was also some changing between the letter T, in certain letters as well. But
Mm.
we'll get into that at another juncture. We getting ready to go into some of that now.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh, Islam.
yeah, it ain't no pressure though. I get it. I just got to go look for it. Because this was letter by letter that I went through this to create this abjad. So this is this letter here in the Demotic, right here. And this is the lowercase a. Let me see here. Then we got the capital A. We already did that. We already seen the capital A. But the lowercase a, what is yielding, it also has this particular symbol here in it. If we go over here, and that's actually a whole word. I don't know why they putting that in here, right here. I don't know why they did that, but I can see the A being expressed. But that's a whole word right there to a certain degree. Like, look like two A's, like they're expressing two A's. But that's two expressions of an A. And then here we have the letter F. That was one that was hard to come up with. But I did look. Okay, let me see here. Because we seen that the capital F, it didn't yield nothing but basically words. Then the lowercase f, it gave us what we was looking for here, which is this is it right here. I'm trying to click on it there. And this is it right here, your lowercase f, which we see it right here. We see the other symbol on the side of it. And if we go back to our chart, we'll see that symbol right there actually. That's the other expression of it there. So it yield both of the signs. So now, this was very interesting because here's S, Z, they, and they. And I actually did this with our facial recognition chart, to let it be known that you can express this particular S here in many different ways. So what I want to do, I really want to map this abjad to the facial recognition chart like I was telling y'all about as well. You know what I mean? So we already went to this. We ain't got to go to this S again because we already pulled this up already. This one, I had to kind of really get into because I had dealt with the K's. And I was like, man, this is, when I really found out, oh man, I got to look in the lowercase and the uppercase. That's actually where I end up picking it up to pick up other stuff. So I see in the capital K, we had this expression here. But when we go to the lowercase k, hold up. I still got it on caps, my bad. So this is one of the lowercase k's here. And you see the line here, right? But then when you come here and you hit, the Q use, it yields the letter K. So that's where that other K came from, which is actually from the Q. You see, the K that's interchangeable with the Q anyway. And that's what we have right here. That's like when you do it with Quran and Quran, you know, dealing with the two changeables. Like in the Arabic, they have the Q, but then in the English, they express it Koran, like Moorish Holy Quran. We already did the R and L, so we ain't got to do that no more because they're interchangeable. We did the S and the H as well when we dealt with it above, so we don't have to really go into that either. Then we dealt with this one too, Jed, you know, as well. You know, these are just different expressions of it. Some of these things are words, but they were a part of my list, so I did them that way. This was that H I was showing y'all earlier, you know, in which we already did that one. We already did the F, but F is interchangeable with the letter P. You see what I'm saying? Then we have the letter X, which is really pronounced K, K, instead of X. It ain't X, it's the K sound in the X. X. You see, it's the K sound. G, G. And also, you know, sometimes they'll put it as G and K. So when you come up here and you type in, let me show you real quick. I did want to show this though, dealing with the expression on the P as well. And that's right here. You know, and this is connecting with the F and the P, you know, so we go there. But let's go back to the X again. The capital P, are pretty much words. Let's go to this X. And when I hit X, look, watch this. This is capital X. It automatically produced the H. So we know this is a hard expression of what we call the H, which is right here. See what I'm saying? See the line under that? Remember the K, K sound, right? And so that's why you see that here. But then you're going to find out that's the uppercase. Now let me go back to the lowercase K. That's lowercase with the X, and it brings up the other sound here, which is also giving another K sound. So people that don't know sound shifting, they'll be lost in this here. So that's both of them letters right there. Then last but not least, we got two more here. Now this was real interesting to try to find. Like when I was looking for this here, oh man, it was crazy. It was crazy. I spent probably about at least an hour trying to find that one, the ch sound. And then I finally remember, you know, well, all right, we dealing with, you know, the letter T. So this is the capital T. You know, and then once I was able to go into this, I was able to find okay, not that one. Okay, let me pull this up so I can show it to you in the comparison. It's this particular, pardon myself, this particular symbol here and this one. So let me go back over here again. And that one was hard to find. Let me blow this up a little bit. Let's see here. Okay. So you can see it right here on the end here, that little, they call it a tether, is what they call it. They're supposed to put it, there it is right there. They put it on the legs of, you know, the cattle, you know, to keep it from kicking people. That's what the tether represent, but that's it right there. That's the ch sound right there. That's found, you know, right here, which is also a sound shift between the letter G and J. J, j, ch, ch, ch. That's that nature. When you hear metal nature and they pronounce it, you know, some people use that expression as well. But last but not least, there's also a changeable measure between the T and the Z, but this is actually yielding as more of a determinative expression, but nevertheless, that's the lowercase. And so let us come over here. We hit the lowercase t, and there it is right there at the top of the list. You see? So this is basically how I was able to find all of them. You know, so some of the ones that y'all say y'all wasn't able to find, you know, this is the full abjad list right here. You know what I mean? And then what I did down here, you know, this is just actually the Coptic, you know, expression. And it's actually got comparative Arabic there. So that's like alpha, beta, you know, it just goes on, so to speak. You know, Gamil, Delta, you know, and that's actually what it's saying in the Arabic right there. You know what I mean? And I was actually looking at mapping, you know, certain measures on that right there, because it's good for us to be able to look at these sounds, because I was actually using these and compare them to each letter, you know, as I was putting them together, like the T, the Chat, the J, you know, all of these letters pretty much, you know, goes into the Hecopter anyway, you know, dealing with its connection here. You know what I mean? So that's a whole nother measure right there. But letter for letter, each one of these, you know, goes back to dealing with, you know, this expression. And that is because, you know, again, Hecopter Demotic gave birth to Hecopter. That's why you can see the connection between that. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to send this to y'all so y'all can do your own due diligence and be able to look into this. But here we have our chart, you know, in the full expression, you know, of the Demotic script. So this is what you have to work with. We already got the tool over here. The more familiar you become with the chart, because they didn't put that in here, you know, in that order. You can come right down here. As you know, you have all the original papyri. You know, they give you the exact location where you find the papyri out, you know, the different places over here. And then when you come down here, if you want to go further, you know, it even give you even more locations with the maps and everything, as far as the way you can locate these things at. So, and then they had a whole expression of the papyri. You can also go over here, you know, and hit these portions dealing with the text, you know, and let me do this real quick, because it'll give us a better measure. And I'm going to go back into it so we can pull up the maps and everything. So here are your maps where you can map all of this stuff out and show you exactly where these things come from. See, I showed you before that when you hit this, you know, it actually show you the place. You can see it lighting up over here, exactly where these things were found at. You know, you don't get a better tool than this right here, family. You know, this is most definitely luxury when it comes to dealing with this special drawing here, family. No doubt, minus doubt or contradiction. You can believe that. So, you know, that's pretty much the grand expression of everything it is, you know, that we have here dealing with this. You know, so now we have supplied our family with the necessary tool as far as dealing with the alphabet. We can get into becoming familiar with this, and also use this tool, you know, to go further into the other little charts that they have in here. You know, I'm gonna go back here real quick where I was and hit the didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna hit this right here. Come on now. Right. Certain area I'm trying to get into. That's not it. Let me see here. Okay, there we go, right there. Okay, so now let me scroll down here. Ain't loaded up yet. Must be hitting the wrong. Okay. Okay, there it is right there, what I was trying to pull up. So once you hit these things here, you can go down here and open up the text as we showed you before. And with the alphabets, you can actually go into, oh, I moved the whole screen off of that end. Goodness gracious. Okay, here we go. So it has the actual history, dealing with a lot of this stuff here, dealing with the letters as well on the sources. But here is where you can actually go into this, and it's showing your letters here. So this is the good way to actually become familiarized, with all this. Like just by going through that, we can identify with certain letters that we already see. I'm pretty sure y'all might be able to see certain things and say, oh, that's that letter, you know, and so forth and so on, just like we did with hieratic. But this is better because it's digitized. I'd be glad when they do the hieratic, this way. Like we can see the ML expression here. And that's actually a whole word right there rather than the actual alphabet. So they showing it here, the connection to it. See, Neteru, Washed, right here. We can see the W, the S, the T right there. Yeah, that's powerful. So that's the way you can utilize your alphabet chart, to study this particular list up here, family. And remember, it got the original attestations right here, as you see it blowed up. And this is the way it's expressed. You can actually see that, right here. Same thing here. And on through it. So this is going to give you the eye. So when you see certain papyri, this stuff going to jump out at you, even though it seemed like it's difficult. Now, see, look at that right there. You can see it. You can see that clearly right there. Look at that. You know what I mean? So that being said, I'm going to close this demonstration down real quick. And we're going to open up the floor for our scribes. It's grand thing to come back around and deal with this. So I'm going to call on my Grand National Secretary of the State, Sister Hatshepsut Rakat Ma'at and Putut to come and bay. Islam.
Islam. Can you hear me more?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear with divine ears. Oh, man, I see our sheik sitting right there, pardon self. Didn't
I'm staying down for the
Islam. Okay, well, they come on the manifest right behind you, sis. The chairman and the sheik. But I just see him here, and I just put him in the whatchamacallit, the queue. I didn't see him until I pulled my screen down.
All right. Gratitude. Islam Moorish Ken Rising, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet, giving honor to our ears class, to our Scribes online, to Act 1, also to our family online, and to our host, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shedowa Menti El Mohedjed Shepsuel. to all of our Moorish kin that opened our class according to law. I just want to say much gratitude to you, Dr. Shahi, because just going over, I'm trying to see where it was that I wrote this down. Just being able to go back and review. The thing that really stood out for me was if you didn't have a Chinese dictionary, then how can you possibly understand that Chinese language? Same with the hieroglyphics. If you didn't have the hieroglyphic dictionary at that time, then how can you possibly understand that? And that crystallized it, and that makes it plain. And I also want to give you much honor for all of these source materials. I know you had brought Apollo back before, but now it's even more clarity in reference to them using what they wanted from him and then tossing it to the side, part of the remix. I especially want to give you honor more for going back to this new tool and going letter by letter and also bringing forth the demonic aspect, which brings about more clarity, not only how to use the tool, but also the interaction with the various boxes. And this is just a grand measure. So much honor to you more for making it plain, and gratitude to all of my Moorish kin. Islam.
Islamism without the schism. We give honors to you, Grand National Secretary of the State. And that was a drawing that was real controversial in the conversation, with them particular brothers that we was dealing with the other day, because we was invited to give our measure and we gave a drawing. And, the brother opened up. He said, man, y'all need to stop hating on this brother. He here. Basically, he here now. That's what the brother was telling them. And so the thing is, I'm going to show you something that I meant to show it earlier too. And we did this before because we had our Moorish kin to do this same exercise, with this, and this right here, man, really made some individuals feel some type of way. So we know Meroitic has not been deciphered according to the scholarship. They say they haven't deciphered it, but Meroitic came after, the ancient expression of what we call metaneta. So Meroitic is one of the, scripts that they try to consider pseudo hieroglyphs because they saying it is its own script, so to speak. But what I did to show them how easy it is, the same thing we did before, I created the font and then put the pictures on it to demonstrate this. Man, this upset. This had everybody want to fight. When I showed them how easy it is to create some pictures on the alphabet. And I purposely put the Arabic script on here to show how outlandish this is. English script with and I know certain letters in English transform or they don't convert into Arabic because certain letters in Arabic are not in English and vice versa. It deal with sound shifting. So I did this list and put it together with the English alphabet and dealt with the Arabic transliteration like we talked about before. And so the letter D in this chart would represent the I.
Islam. Dr. Shahid,
Right?
are you showing something?
Yeah. Hold up. Let me open it back up. I'm sorry. Thank you, Sister Curta Bay. I get to share something quick. All right. Okay, so here it is right here. Yeah, because I definitely want to make sure y'all see this. So here it is right here. So I created the chart. This is, the letter A, B, C, D all the way. So this is the letter D right here, right? And it comes over here. This is actually the letter A here. See A with the little man with his finger in his mouth. Then you have the letter E right here, right? Which is dealing with the feather. Then you have the letter M, which correspond here with the eye. This is letter B, which is this symbol of this ox-like, animal. Man again, A. This is the letter Y, which is right here. So that's the B-A-Y. Then the T right here. That's, right there. Then we have the A again, which we know back there The L, which actually deals with the becoming lion. Then we have the W, and so forth and so on. And then we have again the feather going back to E again, and then the Y going back to here again, right? I did this with Meroitic, and Meroitic glyphs is way different than what they call the Egyptian hieroglyphs created by the guy Champollion, right? And what this is basically the same thing that you see up under it. Only difference is I converted that into the glyphs, and when we come over here into the regular letter, you see it saying the same thing, right? Now there's a miss in it was actually a miss. I'm trying to get this thing to copy. Let's see what it let me get it all. I'm trying to get it where I can actually copy this without having to type it in. What I did, I ended up going to Google. I type it in. Because it ain't letting me copy it like I want to. I went to Google Translate. And this is just random, right? Daim bait. Okay. And then it was, let's see. Let me make sure I got the right letters here. I think it was a letter A in there. They didn't do my translation here. Let me go back here and then come back here and see what happened. I know good and well this thing gonna translate. You better translate. Okay, go back up here. Okay, now it look like it's changing up. So let me come back up here. Still a letter I got to correct in that spelling though. Okay, let me go back over here. Where is it? Okay. Okay. What in the world?
It says way.
Yeah, I'm trying to
ALLW.
yeah,
ADY.
yeah, there it go right here. And this was just like I said, a random expression. It actually said something else because this is what the original one said, and it was a mistake. So let me go over here to this one right here. I want to clear that out real quick. But you see it translates into English. Now let me come right here. This is actually a Hebrew expression right here. Man, it usually let me copy this whole thing. You know what? Let me see what happened right here. Because I actually can't. You know what? Would it let me
Try
do
right
it?
clicking on the outside of the thing to see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Still, it ain't let me do it. You got to click on it. But what it's doing is canceling it out when I'm clicking on it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's a sweet spot, so to speak, on here.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to find it. Let me see if it let me do it now. No,
Wait a
it
minute.
ain't it. I
Wasn't that
almost
it? All
Go
the way
to
up
yeah,
to
the
the
but
top
top.
see,
corner.
it's
All the way
taking
to,
it.
all the way
It's
to the
take
top. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's taking it off of there. Every time I do it, I hit it. I don't know why it's doing that. I tell you what. Do this for me, brother Marvin Edwards Bay.
Sir,
You hear me?
I hear you. What you say?
You got your pen on you?
My pen? Yes, sir.
Yeah, write it down real quick.
Okay.
But this is a random transliteration, not something that I actually knew. It's translating by language. And then once we do this right here, I'm going to show you what happened when I transliterate it. Because this is different word, but doing the same process in the methodology.
Okay.
Exactly.
Tibion, L-A-T, Aligi.
Yeah.
Aligi.
And you separated all of them, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna type it. Okay, so I'm gonna type this in over here because it ain't letting me copy it. Okay, so here we go again.
There you go. A-T.
Okay, okay,
L-E-Y.
okay.
I-N.
I-N. Okay.
Yes, space I-L-E.
I-L-E. What else?
Space
Who?
T-I.
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 Okay.
Okay, and A-I-J.
What it was again?
Got a space, yeah. A-I-J-I.
Okay, A-I-J-I, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, it usually give us the ability to detect, the language.
Translate from Yoruba. Yoruba.
Now, man, what are they doing? They changed this whole thing up right here. Let me see right here. I'm trying to get the actual. Just give me 1 second. Because it ain't giving me the detection of the font like it normally does in this Google Translate. Let me see. I want to go to the one where it says detect font. It ain't letting me do that here. Because it's a random font. I can actually do it this way. This is even a even better way to do it. Since it ain't giving me that exact font and it ain't detecting it like it should, I'm gonna do it this way live so you can see what I'm doing. Let's do it like this right here. Okay, let's just say, and I'm gonna use the Arabic like I did yesterday. I'm gonna go back over here and I'm gonna hit the Arabic font, right? Let me see it here, right there, and say the House of Ali, right? It should be translating this from the Arabic, but we're gonna do this all the way around the other way. See, it's translated from English into Arabic, but I wanted to translate it the other way around.
Well, you're going to have to put it in Arabic first, man, right?
Yeah, well, normally you can put it in this side right here and say translate it. Okay, we can do it like that. We'll switch it this way right here.
But
Switch it back the other way. Okay, you see that right there? This is the transliteration that come out of that Arabic word.
Right.
Right? And so I'm just showing basically, once I go back over here to my chart that I created and I insert this right here, right?
Right.
Come on, man. I'm in there. Oh, it's up there at the top. I'm like, where is that? It's up there. Let me blow this up a little bit. I want to make it bigger. Come on, highlight, you crazy thing. This computer acting crazy, man. Goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, let's highlight it here. And then I'm going to move it down to the bottom once I blow it up. There we go. Okay, that's it right there. That's what I wanted to do. So I just put the House of Ali here, right?
Right.
And the way that they spelled it, right? Now, if I were to take this same statement right here, come on, stop acting crazy. Oh, I forgot I can't do that. What I can do, I know what I can do. This is the best way to do it right here. Let's say this right here. Let's see if it's gonna let me just copy this here and try to paste it. Let's see. Okay, so it let me copy and paste it, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay. So here we go right here. I'm gonna get this out the way right here because it didn't. Okay, here it go right here. Cut. And then I just changed the font on this. Now this is just random, right? I'm showing this right here just randomly. And watch this. There go my mirror edit script right there, right? Now, I don't know why it didn't do this portion here. Let me do this as well. And see what it let me, because it should have converted the whole thing. It just took one part of it. Yeah. So yeah, I'll go ahead and put this here. Right here. There it go. Now this is just by using this English alphabet. I think something going on, man. I'm gonna have to do a clean on my system too.
Right.
Things ain't as it should be. But here we go right here. I wanted to show you this. Now you just seen we did this in real time, right? So now when we go back up here, you see how this letter B automatically is lining up. This is letter A. See, it's lining up, right? The letter Y
Right.
is lining up, right? The letter T is lining up. Just off me putting these letters on this font.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm showing you how easy it is to create your own alphabetic script. So if I wanted to, right? Let's just say I wanted to put the Coptic letters up here. Then it would do the same thing. You see, if I wanted to put any alphabet chart up here, it's going to come back within that special alphabet. But it's going to correspond to my transliteration. So I'm showing how easy it was to create, an alphabet and claim that you deciphered something. So I was trying to tell them this last night on the original discussion. This was more like what we call rhetorical sarcasm toward what Champollion demonstrated. See, if he did that, and we know the mirror edict ain't been deciphered yet, if it ain't been deciphered yet, then how in the world I'm going to come up here and create this and it go one for one? Now, if people were to start pushing this as a deciphered alphabet, and we did that over an amount of years or whatever the case may be, we can say, oh yeah, Commission deciphered the mirror edict. But all I did is took the English font and put it on a picture, and did it correspond with each and every one again. And this is Arabic, by the way. You see, this is Arabic. But yet and still it's corresponding to an English alphabet. B. See your little, again, that's your little cow. A, that's the man. There you go. Y, there it go again here. T, there it go again, your tether, right? Y, I, pardon self. E is actually what they would say it is. Right here, that's your E. Then your A again, the man. Then the L, that's the lion. Then these are your two eyes, right here, two men. Then the last but not least, right there. Right there. So, come on, family. How you going to get around that right there? I could make that my alphabetical chart if I wanted to. And say I done, all I got to do is do that and correspond with the Arabic.
Yeah,
so
apparently they got a mental block.
There you go. So, and I did that so they can actually see the example on how Champollion remixed and created his alphabet. And they championing this guy and making him, and see, the sister even said it earlier, they wasn't understanding your position. So different symbols and different letters that's conflicting, like you were proving with the Arabic. Yeah, because I actually read Arabic too, on the thing for them, and they denied that. You ain't reading the Arabic. I said, this is what I know. They was crazy. So at this time, what I want to do, I want to call for my Grand National Chairman, if he present, Dr. Akin Pert M.L. Rootooth to come and bake. I want to give honors because Moorish America is the only one that can bring this stuff here. The truth of it, anyway.
It's on more. He's not available at this time. Gratitude.
Okay, gratitude. Well, we know he on the manifest. Thank
Praise
you.
the Lord.
Well, what about our national Grand Sheik, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael? Islam, you there, Sheik? Okay. I don't know. I think he might have to. Let me see if I can unmute Sheik, and I'm gonna unmute his mic. Oh, it said he. Yeah, I can't unmute him because he chose to mute himself. Sheik, if you can mute in, mute in. Let me see this right here. I'm gonna see if I can mute y'all, mute anybody on the panel.
I got it now.
Oh, there you go. There, go ahead, Grand Man. Islam.
I tell you, great God is a wonderful God, and his love thought and everything he brought, and every one of us he taught. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, we give that one high honor for setting us all free. Thank you, Prophet. We got here a little late, had a little difficulties. Nothing that we can't step over into the dry land and create as we are now. Uh, what was the question, Sheik?
Oh no, we was just letting you get your measure because we had some difficulty getting in here too. I literally had to reset my password, Sheik. Too
Okay.
much information on there. They kicked me out my whole computer early.
Well, I could understand them uh, taking that kind of approach. They think one got a 357 on the manifest. They running and hiding. So it's probably it ain't strange rather that we are uh, going back or renewing our ancient language, ancient tongue, and bringing that forth where ones can get a drawing off of the clarity of understanding talk without even saying anything. And it's just a matter of I think one of y'all used the word the dialectics and being able to bring in uh, the host of a language to the front of a language that has kept uh, the recipients of a new language or this old language uh, uh, somewhat buried deep in the ground of never return. And lo and behold, great God of the universe said, "Nah, we ain't going for that." And he sent our big brother down here and changed that demonstration. And he breathed the breath of life into our sister Grand Sheik. And this one, and this, how my chairman said, is just wonderful, Mo. And we can't do nothing but give props where props is due, and see the whole revelation of this nation bringing forth not something new, but something that is old and something that is due. And I would, Dr. Edward Bates say it, you know how it goes, where we see that we are all in accord with the prophet's teachings. And the fact that we're bringing our mother tongue on the manifest is only right, because it talks about that, our mother tongue, if you will, in our Adept nation, the nation of the Moors, coming in ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breasts of one mother. So these lessons give us a unique blessing where we can turn, how they say it, Moab, and how they turn it up. That's what them youngsters say. They turn it up, but they ain't turning it up the right thing. This is the right thing. And I'm just so glad and thrilled to hear it, to see it, and be it. And this is where we at, coming as we do, because something very great is getting ready to happen. Praise the Lord, Mo.
Islamism sheep for that grand draw, and grand man, we give honors to you for all of that, that you brought forth. And yeah, it's all unfolded. Want to give honors to the scribes, for us being here, supporting each other, and doing the unthinkable, so to speak, something that has never been done up until now, in this new era in time, and it's being done by Moorish America, and so we just say honors. And also want to give honors to this good brother called Ancient Scribe Sofa Kadim as well, because he was present when we were having our discussion last night, and he was one of the ones that could see that ones couldn't get a drawing off of what it is that we was drawing and bringing to our people, and it was a grand discussion, if you will. And I want to give our people just a tad bit of it. You can watch the whole thing on your own, like it's on my page actually. We was up till 6 demonstrating that measure, and we right back at it again. So before we close this out, I want to give our family some insight, as to what it is we was actually dealing with these ones that actually love this European. So let me I'm gonna share this screen real quick for one last time, and show you how far in denial our people are when it comes to dealing with the truth. And this is just so that our people know what we got to deal with on every level when it comes to this information. So I'm gonna share this real quick. They present the screen, share the screen, entire screen, share the sound. Okay, and there we go. Okay, let me see here. Let's see. Okay, make sure I open it up so our family can see this. Okay, here we go here. Here we go here. All right. Who are not willing to check one. See the difference between me and Commission. I would check an individual when it comes to dealing with things. I don't care who you say you is, what your credentials are. That don't mean nothing to me if you don't demonstrate respect. If you don't know how to demonstrate respect in a man's man, so to speak, right? And so it's really, selfish for people to demonstrate like this when we got people that's really trying to learn. I say this all the time. You know, our people out here trying to learn the truth, and you got people that's trying to convolute the truth, dilute the truth, because they washed up. They don't want to do no more research. You know, they content with what it is. And so here I come with my research, you know, and for some reason, I don't have a right to bring my research to the community. You know, at least in their mind, they ain't gonna stop me from doing that. You know, I don't feel no type of way. I'm just addressing those so that they have understanding. This is what you have to go through when it comes to dealing with the truth. When you speak the truth, you know what I mean? It kind of reminds me of the similar situation with our good beloved brother, you know, in the music industry, the stuff that our brother Pop went through. You know, how many people, even to this day, the brother ain't even on the manifest, but got a lot of hatred, you know, toward him, you know, by certain people that choose and pick sides, so to speak, you know, based on a narrative that's being pushed. You know what I mean? But I seen not only with that brother, the same type of energy that was brought against, you know, our beloved brother Malcolm. You know, all of them that we can think of. Most of the people that are prophetic, you know, they all went through this. So that's why it don't bother me. I'm built for this. You know, ain't now one of them been able to prove me wrong yet. All they've been able to do is disagree and then create an atmosphere, an environment to try to make it seem as if, you know, they have got a one up. And every time I expose them. And that's what I'm doing right now. Because we want to keep this stuff in the record so they can never pull the wool over your family. So I'm going to open this up and let our family see what's going on here. Go.
All right. So we got Commission Adept in the building. I want y'all to stop hating on this young brother because he's here. And I want to say, Brother Reggie have accepted.
I want to give honors and shots out to Sultanate. You see how he first started? I want y'all to stop hating on this brother because he here. He know I ain't going nowhere. And he know when they long gone, I'm going to be on the manifest teaching our people. He know I'm serious about my scholarship. You see? And we want to give honors to the brother for that, especially aspect, just being able to use his platform. Like I say, even he don't agree with everything it is that I demonstrate, but he got the decency enough to let me come on his platform. And he trying to clean his platform up. The brother don't like to have a lot of going back and forth on his platform, but most of the time when I get on there, as you can see, that's the type of energy that come. Not that I'm doing that, you know, but when I stand to defend myself, you know, then that's when everybody go to saying, commission is crazy because I went through that a lot when I was young, coming up where people would start conflict with me, you know, and when I start, you know, lighting them up, so to speak, you know, and doing what I do, I always turn out to be the bad guy. So that put me in a mindset as I grew up to say, well, I'm gonna make sure, you know, that when people see me get off, if I have to get off, that they know that these people, you know, started with me first. Because literally, they would literally be starting and poking. And I'd be trying to demonstrate walking away. And when I tap into one of them, I end up being the blame for it. And I can see that as that followed me all the way up into this conscious community, so to speak. You know what I mean? I'm literally trying to unite my people with this information, expose how our people have been deceived. And yet you have individuals out here that don't even know me, don't even know my premise. But just because I said something that they disagree with, you know, it's all out warfare. This dude Reggie been trying to attack me on this platform for literally about almost 4-5 years now. Every time I give a demonstration, he come behind me, you know, and try to dilute what I'm saying. You know, and then when we ask him to get in the ring, he don't want to get in there. So now he's at the point the way he feel like he ready. And I know he got probably 12 different individuals, you know, that's rocking with him, even though they claim they don't want to have no conversation. When I get up here on the panel, you know, everybody got an opinion. They want to talk over me, you know, disrespectful. You feel me? But I'm cool with that. Literally, I got probably 85% of the chat that may be in to personality worship, they just rooting along with the information and have no idea, of what the conversation is about or the nature of the conversation. You see? And so I don't even pay attention to that. So at this point, what I'm doing is I'm trying to teach the people that want to learn. Because I will be producing a lot of this stuff in book form. I'm working on a lot of that now. Authorship and so forth and so on. I'm just glad I didn't jump off that cliff, like I said before, and start trying to, write about these things without doing a thorough investigation. Because somebody else probably would have been coming at me, with this information the way I'm coming at the Eurocentric mindset. And many of the ones who are attacking me are really trying to defend a Eurocentric concept that they can't even prove, which is sad. You see? Yet they'll let a European come on their platform and he can say anything they want to say. So let me put this up here, right? I want to see, make sure I ain't got nobody there. If it is, I want to give honors to it. Yeah, we give honors to you, good brother. Born dog. And yeah, Morpheus. I ain't got nothing against the brother, but Morpheus, he's trying to tell me about something I'm familiar with, good brother, and he agreed with it. We both agreed. He agreed that I was dealing with Quranic Arabic, and he was talking about Arabic in general. And they're two different things, and that's what I'm finna get into right now. I'm gonna get into all of that. But we're gonna have a discussion because I don't run from these type of discussions. In fact, let me show you right now. Since I mentioned that. This is it right here, right? Is Quranic Arabic still spoken, right? Today it is not a spoken tongue, but it's still the language of religion throughout the Arab world. And much of its grammar and vocabulary is the same of modern standard Arab, right? Though the latter has evolved over time to reflect changing context. And that's what I was emphasizing. Now watch this. What is the difference between standard Arabic and spoken Arabic? Modern standard Arabic and spoken dialects are so vastly different in terms of grammar. See, all the people that are listening to our beloved brother and the brother that was online, whatever, Brooklyn, I think that's what they call him, even the brother Locke, people that were listening to this stuff, they don't understand this. I know this. I did the research in this. So just because somebody say something, family, and I got a whole dictionary up there saying what I say, and one's gonna go against it, don't make them right. They just disagree with what I'm saying. For those who may be fans of their information, they may accept that. That don't make me wrong. Everything I said, I prove what I said. You see? So, this standard Arabic and spoken dialects are indeed, they are most definitely, give me 1 second here. Okay, yeah, they are most definitely different. You see, and it says that a person who is totally fluent, in what they call modern standard Arabic may not have any idea of what a person is saying in a local dialect. So when you understand that, you got to understand it's different dialects of Arabic. It's many different dialects of Arabic. And the thing is, in regards to dealing with that, these are not the same as spoken Arabic, according to the scholars. You see? So when you go into this aspect right here, you have some people, and this is the Arabic that I came into, my dialect, this is the one I was taught, the Egyptian Arabic, version, the teacher that taught me. And really, I had already memorized the Arabic alphabet, but he taught me proper tajweed. So I learned Egyptian Arabic. And so I actually use that dialect, to teach my brothers and sisters, you know, Quranic Arabic. I never claimed to be one who speaks the Arabic language. And I've always said that, I always made that plain and clear. So when somebody get up there and say, all right, speak to me and listen to me in Arabic, bro, that's conversational Arabic, not Quranic Arabic. You see? So for you to present that before the people and make it seem like one don't know what they speaking of is disingenuous. And then you trying to misdirect them to make them think something that's not. So I'm gonna move on, with this is special measure. And big ups to you, Lady Spade. Now I can speak to where y'all can get some clarity. But we're gonna deal with Brother Reggie. I don't hate him, no opposition, but he really has opposition toward me. That's why he be doing the video. So he was putting me in the bike. That's why I started not to come on there. But if I wouldn't have came on there, they were going, oh, he running, he's scared. But I knew when I get on there, he was gonna be trying to control the narrative, put me in the bike of the chat, this my, all that foolery, the niggerdom. You see? So let me give y'all some clarity real quick. And we're gonna see if we can speed this up, along the way.
Your challenge, brother Commission Adept. What do you think about this, man?
Peace, Commission.
Oh yeah, peace to the family, peace to the panel, peace,
How are you?
Peace, brother.
Well, brother, he gonna have to stand on all that smoke he been puffing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Put me on with him. I'm coming back on.
Yeah, ain't no pressure. Ain't no pressure. So what it boiled down to, brother, is this man been coming for me since I've been on here. And now I'm finna show the people what time, because the people ain't never seen commission debate.
Yeah, y'all too.
You see what I'm saying? Y'all just seen me do presentation.
Hey, Commission, I'm gonna tell you something. If you was to take down Reggie, I'm saying if, Smash Rockwell said, remember what he said, if you could take down Reggie, I'll be right there next. Oh man, Commission, and we got Smash in the building. Smash is in the building too.
I'ma line them up. And my thing is, what our people don't even know, sir, is I hate to go back and forth over this information like this. But one thing I always believe, sir, when I see somebody that I consider an intellectual bully, it's just like when I was out there in that world.
Right.
I was the one that stepped on the bully, when I was in the world. You know what I mean? The one that everybody was scared of.
Yeah.
And so I take that same characteristic into the conscious community. If you an intellectual bully, you know what I mean? I got
to be a good battle with you and Reggie, man.
Oh yeah. It's all honorable. The thing is, the problem is, size. What they misunderstanding is that I'm not going at my ancestors. I got comedic.
Man, let me see if that's you behind the stage. Let me see. Just turn on the camera, turn it back off. Yeah, keep on, Commission.
Yeah, that what I was saying. What they fail to realize, I'm not going in opposition to Kemet, because I got trace DNA from Kemet. I share that gene. But the thing is that I know that the alphabet system that they dealing with is not from my ancestors. The alphabet system they dealing with is called pseudo hieroglyphs. For those who know the truth.
You don't want to give up too much, though, Commission.
Okay.
Don't give up too much.
Okay, so y'all hear that right there. Sarnetta said you don't want to give up too much. I'm gonna give y'all some sneak previews over here, because I got so many slides over here. They undefeated. On my channel, we on my channel, I'm gonna give y'all, some peeks into this information. And that's basically the stuff I just had showed the Moors. So the key is, with a lot of these measures, family, the drawing is ones are coming after the Moorish paradigm. And they feeling, okay, if we can come after this individual and we ain't got to hear nothing about the Moors no more, because these individuals literally hate the Moors, and ain't nobody out there representing Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and so being that we on the manifest, our duty is to stand in defense, of what it is that we represent. It ain't even about the information to the extent they dealing with it, but standing in defense and being able to know how to defend, because at the end of the day, we ain't getting nothing out of this. Ain't nobody paying us, to get out here and do this here. I ain't talking about from our standpoint. I'm talking about from the standpoint of these individuals that's out here. Like they go into these Roman institutions and so forth and so on. Only thing we doing is basically really putting the measure out there for our people to get. And some of them getting it because they was in the comment section, in reference to what was being said, and they can see through this. But if we put the dirty glass up against the clean glass, you can see the difference in what needs to be brought forth. That the records reflect this. Nothing new. Dialogue is always good, when it comes to dealing with certain measures. And so this will cut all the foolery, because at the end of the day, it's about putting the information out there. But a lot of these individuals, I feel, some of them are there purposely to do that. And if left unchecked, because Allah create checks and balances for a reason. I don't feel like it's a mistake, that I keep, having to deal with addressing these measures. I feel that it's the great God Allah, that's putting me in the situation to address the measures, because if it ain't nobody else going to address the measure, this mindset that they pushing is going to kill our people mentally, and it's going to always make it harder for us to be able to reach them, because of the way that this is what a narrative of our people at. I'm talking about it's literally, 50 and 60,000 people, looking at this stuff when they're attacking the prophet, when they're attacking, the Moors, when they're attacking, when they're attacking the Moors, or they're attacking, anything that relate to dealing with our people. And when you got that much people that's listening, it's going to make it harder for you to really reach out to a people and teach them, because this is what they meet you with, what they heard these individuals talking about. So when you say something about, oh man, I don't want to hear nothing about more, I don't want to, and it's crazy. And some of these same people claim to be Afrocentric. So I'm going to show you something here, and we're going to close. When it comes to the written letters that come from the hieratic, you see? And I'm going to prove that as well. You see? Find this portion. Let me go for it.
Use Kemet without it being deciphered. As simple as that. And it's deciphered using the Champollion method, because that gives us transliterations that are not the actual words of the ancient Egyptians. It is a methodology that allows us to source words for vocabulary. So Commission is not ancient from our ancestors. You have a Greek English name yourself based on the word that the glyphs that our ancestors gave us, which is Kemet. But in your thinking, Black in science means deaf. I don't know why you would call yourself more Black, because Kem means black according to our ancient ancestors. You go.
Okay. Now, and I don't want you cutting into my bill, Reggie. Be as respectful as I am to you, because for some reason, the lack of discipline is always present when I speak. So when we deal with it, you say that this is a Kemetic term that deals with Greek and English, right? Now, if I were to pull up something right now with Sarnetta's name in it, a measure that says Sarnetta, right? Would that mean that Sarnetta that's on our platform would actually be his name recorded in that cartouche that you would think would be Sarnetta? And if I pulled that up and they said that that particular translation was pseudo hieroglyphs, right? But yet the same methodology that was used to demonstrate that was condemned by Champollion, then something would be truly wrong with that, wouldn't it? If Champollion is the one that actually goes against something that deals with the same methodology. Now, as far as dealing with the black according to science mean death, black according to science mean death, what Prophet Noble Drew Ali meant by that, that had to do with what we call dead according to the letter of the law, having no nationality, because black is not a nationality, it's a racial construct. White is a racial construct. There's no such thing as white people and black people when you go back into antiquity, outside of somebody giving definition in the modern time as being such. You cannot take that word black and trace it all the way back into antiquity, but you can take the word more in its root and trace it back into antiquity. It represented the man, it represented the land, and it represented the water. You see, that's law, land and water. So when we go into this aspect, family, talking about the language, what you fail to realize is I'm not saying that your decipherment is not a decipherment according to Champollion. I'm saying it's not a decipherment according to the ancient ancestors. So therefore, the ancestors and the way they dealt with things has nothing to do with what Champollion dealt with them, and that is called pseudo-hieroglyphics, sir. And I can prove that. I got not only, archaeological information to back that out, I got papyri to back it up, and I have also scholarship from the University of Chicago, who is the authority right now on it. I got information also from other independent scholars that would tell you that the original script was hieratic, and it was called what you call transcribed into pictures. And I proved this over and over and over again. You can't debunk it. Problem is that y'all accept
Commission, man. See, I think you messing up, brother.
No, I ain't messing up. I know exactly what I'm
Christian,
saying.
so you could give up this information.
Oh, yeah, no, I ain't gave them nothing. Because I got so much over here, sir, that they cannot debunk this. I promise you. Even when they didn't heard me say this, I'm saying the same thing I said before.
Okay, so Reggie, text me the title that y'all agreed to, and now we got to come up with a date. What date are you looking for?
Okay,
Reggie?
so there we see he tried to make a shot at the term black, so I straighten that out as well. So I'm gonna let y'all see how this demonstration, because we almost at that point now, because it wasn't a whole lot of time that we was here, but you'll see that people start trying to cut in, they start trying to jump in and help Reggie, because they know that when I'm speaking with clarity, power, and authority. Let me check with my family. You see? So here it is. Our brother say, so in metal netta, what is the word for doer, or the verb or verb he ate, and active participle either a doer of the verb? Well, good brother, I'm gonna answer that question like this. When it come down to dealing with verbs, nouns, and pronouns, good brother, let's be real. And I want you to be honest. These things didn't exist in ancient Kemet. There's no such thing as a verb, noun, pronoun. I mean, we may describe certain methods of speaking, but some of those things don't even exist in the text. But the only way you would notice is by transliterating, dealing with the hieratic yourself. Problem is that they have been trying to use not only, Eurocentric scholarship, but they have cherry picked from many different coaches to come up with their creation of this language. The Rebus principle, for example, they adopted from China. The concept of determinatives, they adopted from China. So this is a hodgepodge pictorial, creation that they came up with. And everything they needed to reach for to grab it, good brother, they did. You see what I'm saying? And I see through this stuff. I can see through muddy water and spot dry land, good brother. So, and I say that not to come at you. I'm just saying that the ancient Egyptians, they didn't use verbs and adverbs, and, that wasn't their particular style. You see what I'm saying? That's the Europeans saying that this was a verb and that's a pronoun. This is a prefix and a suffix, and those rules didn't exist in Egyptian language, bro. And that's something that we don't even need no scholars or nobody. We know that this stuff was originated. We can trace it back to how many years ago it originated in this time. So that's right, Lady Spade. Word salad. So yes, sir, brother Hassan. And so it's just making it plain, people may use that, but this is again, in Chicago University, they said it best. I'm gonna show it to you real quick. I'm gonna show you that source from Chicago. Now these are, and I have to go here, because these are the people that actually, they are the ones who, you know what? It's right here. Pardon self. Okay. I should be able to go into it. Let me see if they got the PDF right here. Because this is a whole PDF too, family, that you can get on your own. Let me do this real quick. Because like I say, I'm always show you, I'm always show you something that actually support exactly what I'm showing you in what I'm speaking. Uh-oh. So, and this was actually coming from the University of Chicago. And this is actually dealing with it's a good read right here, family, because it got plenty. It's got plenty of papyri in it that has hieratic there. Okay, this should be it right here. I should be able to get to it there. Yeah, that's it right there. Some of you may already be familiar with this, but we have to use that hammer of repetition, so that our people can get it. I downloaded a lot of this stuff right here and actually copied it. So I have the physical papers over here with me. But I want to show you something. And this is actually from the University of Chicago, family. This is basically people who they look at, as scholars, so to speak. And you'll see most of these things in here. They explain, what was originally there, as the original Book of the Dead. It was hieratic. So I keep asking them why they don't teach hieratic. Why don't they know it? Since they know so much about Kemet. They've been in it, for years, so to speak. That's the question I'd be asking. Give me 1 second here. I think that's 27. Page 27 is the page. Yeah, here it is right here. And I want to blow this up so that our family can get it. This is a scholastic source, family, of the people that's basically over the antiquities of a lot of the Egyptian teachings. So if you look right here, they speaking on certain relics, they say when all of the above is taken into consideration, it is clear that answering the question, what is the Book of the Dead, is very different from asking the question, what was the Book of the Dead? And I give honors to these people because they definitely, are what we call honest. It says, in many ways, the Book of the Dead is a modern construction of our imagination. Now, see, anybody that can comprehend reading, we can see exactly what that's saying. If they tell you in many ways that the Book of the Dead is a modern construction of our imagination, I want y'all to put that in the chat and tell me what y'all think that means, family, before I go on any further. Again, what does this mean to you all? In many ways, the Book of the Dead is a modern construction of our imagination. Just that part, and then we're going to move on. If they said that, what does that mean to you all? I'm going to wait till y'all type, it ain't, whatever it is, and then I'm going to move on to the rest of the portion of it. Peace and love, Sister Dulcinea. Congratulations, too, for your win. Well, all right. All right, there it go. That's right, Sister. She got it. And she didn't have to say nothing about it. There you go. Fake news. Lady Spade already put it in there. We're going to have some participation. And now watch this. It get greater. They bold with it. It says our conceptions are directed by the way we categorize the text and how we, right, privilege particular formats, papyri, what we see as the ultimate purpose, and even what name we give to the ancient compositions. Oh my God. I can stop right there, but I'm gonna go further to make it plain. That way I ain't even got to even give no interpretation. I'm just reading what they telling you. In most of these cases, our conceptual apparatus for discussing and understanding this material is radically different than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves. Oh my God. So if they're telling you that understanding this material in the Book of the Dead is radically different than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves, and that's very accurate because that's my premise, that's my position. But this is a scholastic source. You see it right there. Right there. It says, in some ways, this is inevitable. Of course, because they don't have the original alphabet chart that the ancient Egyptians would have been dealing with if they claim it's supposed to be Metanetta. It don't exist because that was created. But it is important to keep in mind the different perspectives. Our modern concepts can help us articulate our advances in interpretation, but they can also mislead us into misinterpretations, applying intentions, messages, or conclusions that never existed in the ancient mind. My God. I mean, what more do I need to say after that right there? And that's what they don't want to accept. Now, I took my position before I even found this. But if they would have let it be at that point, then I wouldn't have found this. Because I wouldn't have dug deeper and did the deeper research. So I'm like a boa constrictor when it comes to this information. The more you try to wiggle out of it, the tighter I get. And so now they sure enough can't breathe, because this ain't even the count what I have that I'm finna give y'all some sneak previews into. You see, this ain't even the count that. You see, and even in this book, it's countless jewels that I took from this book as well. You know, showing you that the Book of the Dead was originally written in the hieratic language, and they only use pictures, you know, for decoration. So when they trying to teach y'all pictorials, and I keep showing the people, but they don't get it. See this right here? See how they got the pictorials up there for decoration, right? But then this is the actual hieratic down here. See, they ain't never, you don't see them taking you on their channel, Smash or Reggie or none of them. And this is from the Book of Breathing. You see? It gives you the origin of where they come from and everywhere you can find them. See that? Hieratic, right? Watch this. Why haven't y'all seen them teaching this since they know so much? And I'm not saying that I'm fluent in this, but I can transliterate from it, because you don't have to be fluent. You do the same thing they do with the pictures. Only difference is this is the real alphabet right here. Like it's certain things in here. You got to remember, nobody has ever done this stuff that I'm doing right now. So I'm the first to actually tackle going into the hieratic. And boy, oh boy, when we went into it, me and the scribes, I want to give honors to them. We found many errors where these people outright put different alphabets that wasn't there supposed to be there. They put words in there that wasn't supposed to be there. But you'll never notice if you just sit back and let somebody tell you it's pictorials and that's it. That's why I stand so strongly on what I'm saying, because I'm going to expose this, you know, as well. Right? Now, this is the compendium of the ritual text inscribed for Imhotep. You see? Now, let's go on a little further. Notice, again, they have here pictorials. And this actually has Demotic writing in it right here. This is actually where the Arabic language originated from. You know, they alphabets in here. actually come from, the Demotic. The style of the writing is what I'm saying. They got from that. Notice that's from the Roman period right there, right? That's one from the Roman period. I'm going to go further into this. Now, this is what you call cursive hieroglyphs. Some scholars erroneously call this hieratic. But this is cursive hieroglyphs. It's the same as regular what they talking about. You see? But look at this. A lot of these were actually created, family, at later dates. They didn't exist during ancient Kemet. These were created during, the time of the Romans and the Ptolemies. This is another expression of what they would call metaneta right here, right? Now, here's the real chart. I mean, real copy of what they was trying to demonstrate up here. See, you see the boat here, right? You see the men standing here, right? See the same scene being played out right here on the top. They playing it out in pictures here, right? Same thing being played out in pictures here. But this is the real expression. That's the Fox version up there. See, the copies of the Book of the Dead manuscripts originally written in hieratic were copied and published by the Sevens in the Neoplatonic description after description 1812. So when I tell you that they was originally written in hieratic, family, now this is the University of Chicago. I ain't even intend to go into all this, but I'm showing y'all this to show you how far we go with this. I got a whole lot that I can use. I can body them with this information alone. The information that come from here. I can body them with this alone. This is really all I need. But I want to make sure I bury them so they can stop lying on the ancestors. You see, here's another example that they would call, again, the Egyptian papyri, in different stelae and monuments. They would say they were written in pictorials again, right? But when we go upon investigation, when we look down here, notice these papyri are written in hieratic. Hieratic over here. They only have these pictures here for declaration. Why haven't anybody showed you these texts? Watch what it say. This is saying judgment scene before Osiris was interpreted by Helena Blavatsky. Now they say Blavatsky is pseudo, but what is the University of Chicago doing? Citing or quoting her name in their material. But they saying that this judgment scene before Osiris was interpreted by Blavatsky as an allegory on the initiation into the netherworld. In other words, they saying that she gave esoteric or metaphysical interpretation of this scene. I wonder where she got that concept from. You see? Now, watch this. We're going to go on. Because it gets down here into the bottom and it go to showing all the hieratic papyri. It shows the original, then it shows the fake. See this right here, like the linen bandage of Tadimhotep, right? And this was actually written in hieratic. As you go down here, it's a whole bunch of this now. Notice that this stuff is unpublished. So they had this stuff all the while, but they never showed it to you. Look at that. Linen bandage of Hor inscribed again, and this is in hieratic as well. They got the dates down there. Look, Ptolemaic period, right? So they was writing in it all the way up to that time. I'm trying to show you just papyri. They even have a lot of these obelisks. A lot of these obelisks, family, are fake. In different pieces like wood, all that stuff. Some of that stuff is fake and it was created. I'm talking about just the pictorial expression was created during the Roman time. See that there? This is another drawing here showing you how they have the pictures here, but then they have hieratic up in there. Here's one here with hieratic up in here, right? Another detail. This is the Book of the Dead, the papyri of Neshu Tefnut. You see? Here's another one right here. Book of the Dead. Pictures up there, but the hieratic, is basically dominant there. So ask yourself, out of all this stuff they teaching y'all, comedically, why haven't they showed y'all this hieratic? How you gonna teach about Kemet and skip over this? Don't even mention this. Other than trying to say, oh, well, that's what the Europeans said. These were also the same as hieroglyphics. See what I'm saying? Look at the madness here. Look at that. That's what Commission's studying right now. That's the real language. We call it Medu-Ray and Kemet, the language of the Egyptians. Look at this. I told you, when you get to the bottom, that's all you're going to see is hieratic. The only reason you see pictures up there, they decorate stuff. And I can give interpretation of what's going on here. Just if I was coming off of the head, we can see that there's a priest bringing an offering here. We can see in another place, another priest, meeting the priest, greeting them. We can see one is extending their hand to this priest. We can see that there's, look like a goddess there supporting the priest, and all this is really telling a story in its own way, so to speak. But it's no alphabets here. We can see the Ka expression here, and Ka represents a word. That's the thing people don't understand. These pictures that they are talking about, they represent words and not letters. There's a big difference between words and letters, people, places, and things. See, look at all of this. This is hieratic heaven right here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all that, family. When I say that this was the original source material and it came before the pictorials that they demonstrate, they call that transliterated text, by the way, and what they call transcribed, hieroglyphs. They transcribed this basically into hieroglyphs, meaning they went in here and tried to find shapes that they felt like looked like pictures on the monument. And they used that, and then they made that their particular text. All right. Reggie person, he worship at the shrine. Let me see that. His ego won't allow him to accept that. Let me see it right here. Actually, trying to close it out at this point. Let me go to my scribes. Made that example. Show you this here.
We can just go back to your name, Kemet.
Now look at him in the chat. He don't know the difference. Not that one. Because I told Reggie he got too much faith in the European. I smashed. He got too much faith in the European. It triggered Cuba. Come on now, the way he
on the chat, you are wasting our time, young man.
Bro, all that, just get in the ring and I'm gonna prove my premise.
Yo, who is this Heru guy? Heru, knock it off, man. Fall back, Heru. Knock it off.
Yeah.
Can't say that.
Hold up,
you
brother.
Pay your internet bill this month,
brother. Are you gonna listen?
I'm going to know because you.
Okay.
With me, right? With childish gimmick tricks. We're talking about the Medu Neter and we're talking about the hieratic. You put something on that didn't even have Arabic letters, right? Please, and I'm gonna get off. I'll go into the background. Please don't waste our time. Okay? I'm just asking you.
Reggie, just be there when it's time to have this discussion, bro.
All right, and with
All
that,
let
me give the Magi. Hey, Magi, when this is all over and Reggie can pull the W out of this, or if Commission somehow give Reggie an upset, are you willing to come in and do the job that Reggie couldn't do?
Oh no, that ain't gonna happen. Shout out to the panel. Peace to everybody. You can hear me clear?
Hold up. You still wouldn't think he's a worthy opponent if he take down one of our top researchers?
There's no way in the world that can happen. Reggie is trained by some of the best. Commission don't know what he's talking about. He makes so many errors on here. Any of y'all could beat him. Anybody could beat him just with wiki, like real talk. And so, but I applaud his courage or his effort in being humiliated. But Reggie is definitely
Smash and Reggie are the kings at trying to downplay what it is that they can't deal with. You see what I'm saying? And they think they can get by with that. They've been doing it for so long, but now it's in their face. They got to deal with it.
You're gonna bring it to them straight up.
Oh man.
See, the problem is, when it comes to these guys, they have too much faith in the European.
Wait. Hold on, brother.
Now you see that right there. I say they got too much faith in the European, and that triggered Q Butter. Watch this.
Brother.
Too much faith.
Hold on, brother. You can't say that. You pay your internet bill this month,
brother. Are you now? What does that have to do with the conversation? Did I pay my internet bill this month? Because I told him he got faith in the European. So what? If the Europeans control the light bill, or what we call the phone bill or internet bill, that mean I'm supposed to have faith in them? That mean I'm supposed to believe in the European? Come on now, the way he came out of there when I made that statement, jumping into the conversation, that's why I tell you, these dudes ain't Pan-African, man. They still believe in Massa, and they feel like Commission attacking Massa, so they got to make sure that Massa know, oh, it's all right. You know, we on your side. It ain't us over here. You know, we want to let you know we your friend. Watch. You gonna listen.
I'm going to know because you just gave us 40 minutes. I've been waiting. I love you, bro. You my man, bro. I rocks with you sometimes. Because when y'all be jumping out the window, bro, you can't say something. That's a cop out.
How can you speak on something you have no? I jumped out the window because I told Reggie he got too much faith in the European. Or Smash, he got too much faith in the European. It triggered Q Butter. Knowledge of Q Butter.
I've been waiting. The reason why.
Well, now we got this dude here in the bottom, Zoo 221. He done jumped in now, right? So now I'm dealing with Smash, Reggie, Q Butter, and him. This commission, right?
People waiting,
and I beat all of them up. I have over here, so it's not.
No, I don't. I honestly, brother,
to do that.
No.
All I did is overtalk what I was saying. Nothing more. They ain't put nothing up here to prove their premise. Just denied what I said, and that's it. Watch.
This isn't wisdom. What I'm displaying. This is discernment, and in the discernment I'm displaying is that the reality is that if we should be able to at this point, after hearing both of you speak, recognize how the conversation is going to continue. You just gave us 9 minutes of stuff that was completely irrelevant to the point that Reggie presented.
So you didn't make people in what was being done right there. You gonna act like you don't know what I was.
No. This in what Reggie present. Understand what. What you tried to do. What you tried to do is present a conundrum. You try to present a fallacy in the logic versus the scholarship. That's what you try to do. You try to say, this is what flat earthers do. Oh, look, we can't find the sunset or some stuff. You try to find a fallacy in something that you don't comprehend, and then you try to superimpose it on the entire field. And that's what I was like. So you're saying that your opinion supersedes linguistics, linguistic professionals, and your response was, you believe in white men. And then on here, you came up and said,
now you see people right there in the audience saying, Commission, show some discipline, right? And now this man cut in out of nowhere, and that's how they do it. And they convolute it, then it get crazy, and then Saw end up shedding the showdown, and the information get lost in the fool. They know what they be doing. It's done on purpose. Watch this.
Y'all problem with white men, so I'm gonna ask you, who's your?
Now he accusing me of having a problem with the white man because I said brothers got too much faith in the European. How does that translate? I got a problem with the white man. So he feel like he got to go on this crusade to come against who he considers somebody that hate the European. When I ain't never said that that's his assumption. So they got a lot of that slaveism still in them, family. Watch him now. Because that right there shouldn't have been something that triggered a brother that believe in our people. Because I made that statement.
Internet provider.
No, listen.
Who's your internet provider?
Listen,
we're gonna get hold on. Let's get to the white man real quick. Who's your internet provider?
Because why are you offended by me mentioning them?
Who's your internet provider?
Why
who's your internet? I want to understand. You said we have so much belief in the white man. Who's your internet provider?
The European right now.
I'm not defending it. I'm defending the right. What we're doing is removing your offense.
No, you ain't removing.
Because you try to posture yourself as if you're in a position where you're doing something that's mighty black. No, we're not believing in white people. No, but you pay. Who's your internet provider? That's all I want to know. Who's your internet provider? All I want to know, who's your internet provider? Because when y'all get on this platform, you just said, you generalized us, beloved.
Nothing. I'm talking to Reggie. Are you coming against me with the language? Are you talking about debating me?
I would just like to speak. You just had 9 minutes. You the only one that shared the screen for the entire 5-hour show.
What I know.
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
You can say what you're saying, but it's not relevant to the conversation.
Let me finish it, and then we feel the same thing about your 9-minute presentation. Ask everybody up here if they feel like you're Rockwell, Smash. Do you feel like his presentation was irrelevant?
Man, you know how I feel. Wasn't even cool.
Dude, was his presentation relevant?
It was so relevant.
That's crazy, man.
Come on, bro. Like everybody else here.
He tried to read Merowittic in Arabic and then admitted that Merowittic has never been
translated. And now this cat over here talking about he tried to read Merowittic with Arabic. So we can tell the presentation went over his head. Who is trying to read Merowittic with Arabic? It was a hypothetical expression of me creating an alphabet system showing them what Champollion basically did. And that went over his head. So he talking about I tried to transliterate middle. See, that's how they get people. And some dummies will actually run right off the cliff. They go for that nonsense. This dude don't know what he talking about. He had no idea what was presented for him. But there they go. They on the attack now. Watch this right here. I love it. Watch this. It wasn't a reading of hieroglyphics in Arabic. Y'all don't comprehend. You don't comprehend. What was done. Now that I can speak, what was done is to show you.
You've been speaking forever, bro.
What was done? What was done? Every time I get up here, I'm speaking forever. Every time I get up here, I can speak for 5 minutes. That's forever because you don't want to hear the information. The general opinion of men will never alter the nature of truth.
Time works different for you.
The general opinion of men would never alter the nature of truth, bro. And that means that y'all don't have patience to hear somebody out so that they can give you full understanding. Then you cut into the bill and wonder why you confused. Because you busy trying to combat what's being said rather than listen to what's being said. You already trying to rebut. You ain't even studied what I studied and you rebut. That's a sign of a lack of wisdom. So that being said, family, I've been doing this 30 years. I've been doing this 30 years, family.
And you still a Moor?
I just look youthful. See what I'm talking about? There it is right there. And it all boiled down to the fact that I'm a Moor. This ain't nothing but racism, family. Coming from our own people. That's the reason why they oppose me, because I'm a Moor. You see what I'm saying? That's ignorant. And you don't agree with a Moor. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy.
And you still a Moor.
And you still can't read the glyphs.
Check this out, right? Check this out. And then this brother talking about you still can't read the glyphs. If I'm telling you I don't read the glyphs, what type of argument is that? These dudes crazy, man. And then this brother here in the box said, Kabisha, we don't want to hear it, bro. You sound like you preaching every time you talk. No, I'm talking to you slow because a lot of y'all got a problem understanding what I'm saying. And if I go on a tangent and really start spitting like I can, then you'll be like, man, what is he talking about? You know what I mean? Y'all think I just got on this. I've been doing this for 30 years, teaching my people. What have y'all done to raise your people up?
Don't ask that question. You don't want to ask
one by one. Let's go one by one.
No, we're not doing that measurement, bro. Let's keep it back to your internet provider. Let's go back to my question. My internet provider is Cablevision. Do you believe? Go ahead, Smash. Get him, Smash.
I said, we don't like what has to be done right
So,
after this. Let's all
this
put
is
cards
how it
on the
always
table.
is. I don't even have to go no further. This is to show you where our people at along the way, family. You know, so that's what you got to deal with when you're dealing with the NBC them, so to speak. You know, but all is well. You know, Allah leading on and victory is sure. You know, so it's a lot more, but I'll let y'all watch the rest of it on your time and see that none of them ever present anything for the people. So they're really killing the people, mentally killing the people, so to speak, when it comes to dealing with this information. You know, and so you know, our people get it in due time. You know, I know many are called and few are chosen. So everybody ain't gonna wake up at the same time, and it's a reason for that. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said to the Moors that if he tried to wake them all up, they'll tear some up. You know, and that's the prime example right there. You know, they're trying to tear some up because you're trying to wake them up. So with that being said, I'm gonna go on to the rest of the scribes, and we're gonna go on up out this demonstration. Islam, scribe, y'all there?
Islam.
Islam.
Dr. Dendra Nia Bay, and wow, I don't even know where to start. But I had two questions, Dr. Shaheed. Number one, you talked about, you showed us about the Titus Sectus Africanus.
Mm-hmm.
And my question was, is he interrelated to that Scopio Africanus?
I didn't go that far into the research, but I looked at the name. I thought about that. I do know it's actually coming out the era though, because of the fact that the name is what it is. You know what I mean? It's definitely got to be in that same area, but it's a different Africanus than the original one.
Right.
So, but it's definitely out the era. My thing is, you know, the fake hieroglyphs that were produced with his name in there. Ain't nobody lie and say that obelisk came from ancient Egypt, can
they? That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
And then the next thing I wanted to ask you, the people that's coming against you, do you know if they believe, are these Christian, do they believe in Jesus? And the reason I ask that, because if they don't understand about Christianity and how Christianity got started, they ain't gonna have a clue of what you're talking about. They can't comprehend that, because even, and they say they Pan-Africanism, the conscious movement people. And I'm trying to think of, because I was in the conscious movement, I was Pan-Africanism and all of that. And what that, when I got here, listening to you and in this government, all of that did for me, it was take me deeper into the understanding. And I think to praise the great God of love for it, because you talk about Brother Walter Williams. Yes, Brother Walter Williams. I mean, I sit up under Brother Walter Williams because he the one who helped me to understand that Jesus wasn't real. He got the book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. And then people like Carter G. Woodson, people like George G. James. These are people that I say Pan-Africanism are coming from that conscious community. They didn't talk like these people who coming against you. I don't know who they are that's doing all this. But one thing I know, family, for the people who are out there listening, just continue to listen to what we are saying here, what Dr. Shaheed is saying in his classes, and I challenge you to just continue to listen, because what I know for a fact is that you see, the Europeans, they didn't. You talked about how they he never did show, Champollion never did show that dictionary. Well, he probably didn't even have no dictionary, and if he did, we all know that Alexander the Greek, they went in there and stole a lot of our information and stuff. See, with that, we already know all of that. But these people who you are debating with, it's almost like they don't even have that information. And if you don't have that information, you're going to accept everything the Europeans say, hook, line, and sinker. But we here, we know that we the one who made the Europeans. We their daddy, like Chairman said, I'm your papa. So
Mhm.
what the European is trying to do is insert himself into history, because the further he go back, all he see is us, and he do not want to admit that he came out of us. That's all it is. And but we already know that. We already know we was the one. We are the gods of the land, and we are the one who gave the languages, the sciences, the mathematics, God consciousness. We the one who gave all that to the world. And that's just my message. I don't want to hold up. I can say a whole lot. This that Dr. Shahid, I tell you, you got me fired up just listening. But I see, and I tell my sons and all. See, this is what we got to deal with, and I got to put my big clothes on and put that tough skin on, because I see how they do. They try to intimidate you, get mad at you, get the cussing and going on, but that's okay. I understand. You know, I understand where you're coming from. So you ain't gonna intimidate me. I'm gonna stand right here on what we teaching. And Dr. Shahid, you continue to teach the truth, like Joe Brown told us. Tell the truth. You tell the truth, and you know we got your back. You know we standing right behind you. But this is just showing us what we got to deal with. And okay, we're thank you, great God Allah, for showing us what we got to deal with. We got our prophet out front. And don't you see how Allah, Dr. Shahid, don't you just love it? How Allah and the prophet just, oh man, they got you, they got all of this. They just be dropping, how the prophet just be dropping stuff. You be searching for one thing, and then you run up on something. That's Allah. That's the prophet. I'm so tickled. I don't know what to do. I'm watching how Allah and the prophet is moving, and how he making these people sounding like babbling fools, really. And they contradicting themselves and all that stuff. And all you doing is just sitting there, just telling the truth. Gratitude, God, man, for letting me share. I'm all excited. Peace and love.
And gratitude and peace and love. And yeah, some people in the audience, you know, that was seeing everything, and they was like, man, this brother sound like a resurrected Pharaoh, right? And then you had some individuals in there that was saying, man, this stuff the brother saying is over their head. Like, brother, you over their head, brother. They don't get it. Like the sister said, they don't understand your perspective. And it's because they listening to attack. They don't care about him. Like that one brother, soon as he wasn't even in the conversation. Soon as I said that ones is, you know, basically docile, so to speak, and have too much faith in the European, boy, he jumped in there. Wait a minute. Who created your internet? What? So that let me know, you know, and I know because he's supposed to own a school of teaching our people. They praise him for that, right? The brother that was talking. Problem is, brother, are you teaching critical race theory over there? You know what I mean? Well, you got taking our history up out of the school system and all that right there to suit the European. Wow. So you can get a stipend.
Mm.
You know what I mean? You scared to be heard. That being said, while your colleagues watch this video. So you got to let it be known. I don't believe that, y'all. He said that, but I got to let y'all know I'm going to stand against him, Master. You know? Like Sister Carter Bay, I know you probably say, what in the world? This a young brother. I thought that mentality died years ago.
I did. That's why I said, where they come from? What did they?
No, it's a bunch of them like that. And I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you what it is. I found this out a long time ago in the Dismocrat. Because I used to have these conversations, same conversations with people in the Dismocrats. And we be face to face sitting down in there. And I say, I bet you, the reason you oppose me, I bet you got a European woman in your locker right now. And we will be right there in each other's face. And sure enough, he got a European woman. You know, so most of the time when you see our people jumping out there, just like the average European person, when you see them trying to overcompensate and defend our people, most likely if it's a woman, she's dealing with one of our brothers. You know, if it's a brother, he dealing with a European woman. I'm telling you that always be the end result. It has never, you know, been not proven as a state of not being true, so to speak. You know, and so a lot of them, you know, have those relationships. And I know it for a fact, and that also has an effect on it. The other brothers, you know, they just trying to dampen. One brother didn't comprehend nothing that was being said. Y'all seen the example I did with the alphabet in the pictures. He talking about I'm trying to transliterate Arabic, into Meroitic. So he lost. Then the other brother, he just a tyking. So this just goes to show you what we dealing with. And they ain't the only ones like that. Everywhere we go, this is what I've been seeing. This is what we dealing with. Some of them don't even believe in the supreme being. You see what I'm saying? They don't believe in God, but they reading all this comedic literature that say God, 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 God in it all the time.
Wow.
So make it make sense now.
Yeah.
You claim that you trying to translate something, but you don't believe in God. So if you saying that the translation is correct that Champollion did in your mind,
mm-hmm.
and it's God, God, God in there, how you gonna say then that? Okay, so that means God is incorrect. The rest of the translation ain't right. Like we said, the prophet ain't right, the government ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
So if the translation ain't right, the book ain't right. Huh?
That's right.
Ain't that right?
Yeah.
Don't that make sense? Or am I talking? Come on now.
I know, right?
Goodness gracious. I think I make too much sense. It's just too plain for them.
I think so.
It become harsh to him. I think it's so plain that it's hard. Because he say, are you trying to say that all the scholars are wrong?
Yeah. Yeah.
They remind me of when they were dealing with Yehoshua in the book, when he was dealing with the doctors of the law.
That's right.
You think you better. Who are you to come up in here talking like this, young man?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I tell you. But I do it so that our people, like I said, they won't have to do it. That's the whole measure. But I know we gonna all have that time where we gonna meet individuals like that. But you know what? It's people in the audience saying, brother, I give honors to you for the way you conduct yourself. When these dudes be attacking you, I don't know how you do it. And that's more than anything. People seeing the character of a Moorish American Muslim. In the face of adversity, as some of our brothers would say, right? So Islam, also, it's just a grand drawing to be here. So we want to hear from our other scribe. I see, look like our brother Marvin Edwards Bay might have took off, but brother Bati Bay is still there. I know he got a lot to give us.
Wow. Wow. I was looking at the stuff that you were First off, I'd like to rise and give all man praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, the World Council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, muftis, citizens alike. Honors to all the ones that are in the audience and on the panel, and honors to you for this class. And I, Dr. Shahi, I got to give it to you, man. Being out there with these dudes that, they only understand from their perception. And when somebody only understand from their perception, what I'm saying, you got to pity their absurdity. What I'm saying, as it says in in the chapter Unity, you really got to pity their absurdity because they really don't know, but they need something. They have to have a pattern. And a lot of times, instead of doing the research and see how your pattern is woven throughout the times and the climes, they are so hell-bent on standing in that one position and just using the recycled information as opposed to seeing the where the unity falls, how it connects. And like I was telling the family the other day about the 3 Hebrew Israelite brothers that came, and I pulled out that big book, man, and was just saying, and that just they don't want to hear anything besides what they want, because they want to be the ones to dictate the narrative. And if you can't, if they feel like if anybody else has gives out the information, that they're going to lose, either one, they're going to lose their belief system. They can't stand on their belief system, and that shows an actual greater sign of weakness. And when you were showing about the obelisk, I seen that one that said Borgia, and that's it remind me of Caesar Borgia, which was a fake obelisk, and it made me think about even the depiction of Yehoshua that they got is a an altered. It's just a fake picture. It was a fake depiction, and so with all this information, it's just hitting you really hitting their pockets. You really hitting they gravy train and what they done built themselves upon. And when you're tearing down brick by brick, I don't know why it's so hard for people to just be like, look, I'm glad you brought the information. I'm gonna do the research myself, and then come back and you can create yourself a better. That's where the integrity. You know what I'm saying? The integrity, and they don't have no integrity in their teaching, because integrity would allow you to see that, man, this is okay. This information is correct. This information is tracing back further than what the information I have. So, saying you should be able to accept that without without resistance. I'm not saying just go ahead and believe what you're saying, but when you hear something, do the research yourself so that you can come up with better arguments than these I don't even know what to call them. It's like a babbling child. You know what I'm saying? It don't really know how to, you're not really saying no words. You're not saying nothing of significance, but you're making other arguments to throw people off the path of the information that is being put out. So if I'm asking you, oh, who's your internet provider? What does that got to do with anything? That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. So really, you don't even have an argument, and let alone a leg in the fight, but you want to sit over here and distract and throw all these other, and that's a lot of times when I'm even speaking, they'll be like, well, you talk about the shoes, they'll bring up your shoes when you talking about something in the mind. And because their mind can't wrap around it, because they're hell bent on them being their narrative, as opposed to if your narrative is sound, if what you bring in is sound, you don't have to worry, and you're not gonna have that ego. I guess that's mildly put, but you wouldn't have that ego right there. So, I give you honest for what you do. And that's why it's always good to dig like you dig with the information, because they can't fight it. You know what I'm saying? No matter how much, they can only throw these useless babbles at it. So with that, I leave it a common peace. Islam, gratitude, peace, and love.
Yeah, brother Bati Bay, and I concur with you, brother. And you seen some downloads came right when I was looking for the other stuff, and that's how it be a lot of times, and so what it boiled down to is we finna put this stuff in the books, and that's gonna be right in the collection with the Book of Fire. So once it reached that special point, it's written in stone at that point, and so we got a lot of work ahead of us dealing with this right here. And all we get, that's a good thing. We love the fact that they reject and doing the job, because that just give us more work to do. But when we get done, I bet y'all people won't be misled, no more. That's the main drawing. And I know who it is that we dealing with. Sister Curtis Bay asked who these people is. A lot of these people part of them sororities and fraternities. You know what I mean? I heard one of them that came at me before when Judge Joe Brown was on there. He went at Judge Joe Brown, one that liked to try to attack me. And Judge Joe Brown put him in his place. But he told him, you ain't gonna disrespect me, Judge Joe Brown. I'm part of the same fraternity you a part of. So the brother say, what fraternity is that? Omega Psi-Phi? So that let me know that a lot of, and I know Reggie is affiliated with them different organizations. Most of the people he claimed to study under was Masons and Shriners. So he even said it, like, man, we got to get this dude Commission Adept out of the conscious community. We got to run him out of here. I wasn't even on the thing, and just so happened to be going through social media, and he was ranting. man, we got to get this dude out of here, man. So they feel like, like you said, I'm a threat, So my thing is, we're gonna keep teaching the truth. We're gonna keep uplifting fallen humanity. You know what I mean? So with that being said, gratitude. We love your family, and I'm gonna definitely send that chart over to y'all, and I'm gonna look for that other S letter real quick, and then I can edit it to make sure all that is there, and that way you can use that to go into your other information as well. So that way we can get further into the Demotic, so we moving cyclically, just like we go through our circle 7. We going back through the language up and down, and as we go up and down like that through them cycles, every time we come back round, we're gonna be a lot more sharper. But at this time now, we getting ready to, like I said, start producing certain things with our chapters and all that, with using this wisdom that we have come into together. And it's an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder and toe to toe with all of y'all. So that being said, at this time, we're going to close out. We'll apologize for the technical difficulties in the beginning, because I thought I wasn't going to be able to turn my computer on no more. I was going to have to retrieve the information. But praise be to Allah, we was able to get that right as well. So Islamism without the schism. We love you, Sister Curta Bay. You got it.
Islam. And one quick other thing, Dr. Shaheed. So the chart that you did, that's the way you was wanting us to set our chart up.
Yeah. Similar to that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And like in the bottom, what I didn't do, like you see a Coptic chart down there. It's actually 1 for 1 with each one of them letters, and it actually show you the sound shifts in there, and it connect to the Arabic. Okay. So you can actually look at how these letters and the sounds correspond with the Arabic too.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's how I set it up. But putting all the signs in there that will mainly be seen, so that when you go into the actual text, you'll be able to pick up on it like we was demonstrating.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a little practice or whatever, and we building the methodology, doing real good too.
Islam, yes, we having fun.
Oh man, fun as ever.
All right. January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in the homes or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet, or violate the divine movement of the Moorish, violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their rewards from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in the prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet noble Jew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting the prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. By the order of prophet noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Go in peace, Moors. Great class, Islam.
Islam, Moors, we love you. I wish a member would.
I know that's right.
Gratitude. Grand class. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Islam, peace and love. Islam.
Islam,
Islam, man. That's what we talking about.
That's great.
Out of the mouth of babies come wisdom.
No, that's Leilani Johnson Bay. 6. I say peace and love to you.
Islam.
Islam. Praise be to
Islam.
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 Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That's what I'm talking about. Out of the mouth of babies come wisdom.
That's right.
Gratitude, Morris.
Gratitude,
Peace and
family.
love.
They on the set.
See y'all this
Islam.
It's love. Peace and love.
Yeah, they on the set.
That's right.
It's love.
All right. See you Moors in Sunday school.
Praise the Lord. Grand
Praise the Lord.
demonstration.
Great class. Great class.
Yes.
Peace and love.
Say it again.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Oh man, that's what I'm talking about. Man, I love Moorish America. Islam. Peace and love, family. All right, we closing out, family. Well, we want to give honors to the family that checked in, and tuned in. All is well. Family, don't let these people tell you that we don't love you. We trying to give you the truth, and we're going to keep giving you the truth. And I'm telling you these, we're going to have it in book form soon enough. We want to make sure that we do this right when we do it. We don't want to leave no stones unturned. So we will have these things on deck for you very soon, sooner than later, family. So that being said, peace, love, and law at all costs. We love you with love and divinity. Anqua Jet Sanev, life, health, and prosperity be upon you all. And I mean the peace, Shemotepu, of the ancestors I offer you. Peace and love.